Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's weekend has started off well. Hope everyone's doing all right. It is time for the RWBY OC stream. There we go. Bloody, hello. Val, how are you? Everything enthusiast, good day to you too. Lancer, good afternoon. Nix, hi. Actually, I have enough feathers. Nice, everything enthusiast. Daisy, hello. Ben 10 aliens. I see. Arcana, oh no. If it's 2 a.m., by all means, sleep if you want to sleep. I will be posting the stream later on. Getting way too excited. No worries, Nix. No worries. It's time to feather farm? Yeah. Perfect day to continue the streak. 70 stream streak. Nice, Daisy. And it's going well. Chaos, hello. Yes. Also a YouTube upload. Need to catch up on, well, 2 video uploads, actually. 1 on each channel. Kind of also fearful that you're going to rip into your OC. I think I've been okay on, like, not, like, tearing into people's OCs. I comment on them and do give critical analysis if asked for, but hopefully I won't. I will continue that trend of not ripping into people's OCs. 35k feathers. Nice, Nix. And yes, we have the cat of good fortune here. Would an orange cat be the cat of good fortune? I don't think so. No thoughts, head empty. I mean, maybe dumb luck, but very good at constructive criticism. Thank you. To yeet the ember? No, we're not yeeting the cat. The cat has graced us with his presence. We're going to welcome him in, as always. Isn't that right, buddy? Yes. Happy kitty. All right. So, have enough for a whole team, but only to be doing 1. That is completely acceptable. We'll see how many other people are redeeming for today. What about eat? No, I mean, if the apocalypse happened, yes, the cat is emergency rations, but under normal circumstances, no, we're not going to eat the cat. His cat has an Omnitrix? No. Can you show me a cat that does have the Omnitrix? If he had the Omnitrix, that'd be terrifying. Could you imagine someone with this brain power? People say, I hate cats. What do you mean? If the apocalypse happens and I'm not here to feed him, he's dead anyways. If I die because of no food, so does he. Well, granted, he's a scavenger. He might, have a bit of a better chance. But then again, anyone else who sees him is just going to use him for rations. So, logically, I haven't thought this through or anything, Roman, hello. Now, if the apocalypse happens, the cat's emergency rations. All right, so for everyone who might be new to the RWBY OC Help stream, the way that everything... See? Okay, Roman agrees. I figured out of everyone, Roman, you might understand that sentiment. So, for those who might not have been to a RWBY OC Help stream before, the way this is going to work is I will make a redeem available on Twitch that will cost 20,000 feathers or channel points to redeem an OC Help document. For each redeem, that will count towards 1 page of OC information. Once you redeem on Twitch, there will also be a channel that is now made available on Discord, where you will then share the documents that you have of your OC. The redemptions, 20,000 points per page of OC description. Any extra pictures that you want to include, those are free of charge. Those don't cost any channel points. It's just like the text. There are You can buy a lot of trail mix with that? Yeah, 20k doubloons. There is a Google document giving a brief outline of what to submit for the OC document. There are some, regulations. Needs to be either a Word document or a PDF, something that can't be edited while I'm live on stream. And also, normal margins, certain size font, because we don't want to cram too much information in there. And I know 20,000 channel points is a little bit expensive for a single page of redemption, but if I lower it, then, I won't be able to get through everything in one stream. If people become emergency rations, I mean, you're not wrong, but also I don't know Twitch's opinions on cannibalism. So moving on, meat is meat. Well, I mean, in the apocalypse, maybe. If the apocalypse starts, I'm gonna just farm. You know what? True. But you need to farm in a place that's either well protected or in a place where people won't, raid it. We'll talk apocalypse later. Yeah! Minecraft it? Exactly. So I think that pretty much covers everything, I believe. How's the music volume for everyone? Permissions. Let's... Okay. I've made the OC review submissions channel available on Twitch. There's music. Okay, well, it is low. Just wanted to make sure that it wasn't overpowering my voice. To each other. On to RWBY. Hey, wait a minute. I guess it was just way too low. Increased it a little bit because you can't put YouTube at max volume because then it's just going to overpower, my voice whenever I speak. So hopefully that's better. All right. Now on to... Oh, it's under viewer rewards. Perhaps channel points, and OC Help review is now active. All right, Nyx is going to be up first. Ice Fox, hello. There's barely anything? Okay. Well, I'll continue to increase the volume as long as it doesn't overwhelm my voice. I think that should be better. Now I hear it? Okay. I just wanted to make sure that it didn't, overpower what I was speaking on the stream. Let's see. Oh, Nyx is already ready to go. Alrighty then. Okay, so we have that, and then Shad! Oh no, 2 a.m. Surpassing your want to sleep. Don't think that's a good thing? No, I don't think it is. At least it is, the weekend, but final member of Team Atlas I haven't reviewed. Nice. Cats, hello! But yeah, if you feel it, when you feel the need to sleep, feel free to do so. But it's good to see you, Shad. All right. So, shit, it is the weekend. Yes. Just heads up. Be careful with this because one specific plot point. Well, I'm sure we shall see. Alrighty. So, rest of Team Atlas, Leonard Karpov is an AUOC. Age 42, male, human. The only human and most unassuming member of Team Atlas. Leonardo is the sniper and support of his team. Solution is Simo Heiha. Heiha? Heya? I don't know how to pronounce it, and I don't know the individual that the illusion is to. Finally came back from his holidays. Happy to report. Oh, he missed me like a pet misses you after being gone for too long. That's adorable, Shad. Aw, glad you two are doing well. 2 months off my job. Oh, what day? This means nothing. I mean, Simo the sniper. Okay, that guy. Is the deadliest sniper in all recorded warfare. Oh. He's Finnish. Interesting. He was born in Atlas, and his outfit typically changes depending on his environment, but they're always long and baggy with a hood and mask to conceal his faith. His father is Zylan Karpov of Team Azure. Okay. Well, we've got quite a few people redeeming. Everything Enthusiast seems to have redeemed a whole team. Nice. Magus, hello! You for Gore? Oh no! Near poor now? Well, hopefully it'll be worth it. First Edward boy is given golden retriever. Sounds like it. Semblance is dampened embrace. Allows for Leonardo to deafen the sound of any object or person he makes a physical contact with. Yeah, that's going to be a very good semblance for a sniper to have. And honestly, good semblance. Just in contact with it, deafens the shot. Bullet can still whiz through the air, and, you know, they'll... Maybe if the bullet makes a whistling sound as it goes through the air. I don't think it does. They'll hear that just before, you know, the shot goes down. You're working on Gravity Bird Dragoon. Ooh, right. Are you going to try to have it ready for this stream, or are you planning on having it ready for the next OC stream? Because no need to rush it. His weapon is Breaker. I'm going to guess a sniper rifle. Is an M1A2 Barrett 50 caliber sniper rifle. Primary ammunition uses gravity and earth dust. The gun itself was upgraded by Theodore Fontaine to double its power output. Double it, huh? Gravity and earth dust? Why those two dust choices in particular? If it's already a high caliber sniper rifle, then just using the combustion dusts would probably be enough? What purpose does he use the gravity and earth dust for? I'm curious. Like, hug grapples and keeping me from getting up because, like, no, stay. Aww. Or ask if I wanted to go have lunch with him. Aw, since he was back. I told him, he was like, yes, oh my god, please come over. Oh, he's golden retriever energy. That's so cute, Chad. We'll be next. Okay. Organization to work out alongside him. Makes sense. Okay. Backstory for Leonardo. He was born and mantled with a crippled leg. Leonardo always wanted to join the military, and despite his handicap, he was a surprisingly good shot. But Atlas would never take him, and he couldn't dream to fix his leg with the current living situation. So he went to Vacuo to find better fortune, where he joined Team Atlas. Just gonna point this out. In Vacuo, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but a team named Atlas in Vacuo? I don't know if there's any story points surrounding that, but I'm guessing that just based on the name of the team alone, it probably wouldn't be very favorable in Atlas. Gravitas started a running theme for Atlas weapons. As for Earth Dust, not just thought it was cool, purely for the irony. Ah, I see. Makes sense, makes sense. I will point out that when you add dust, I know this is an alternate universe and everything, but when you add dust to a weapon, I understand the rule of cool is a thing in RWBY, but you do want to have some purpose as to why weapons have certain functions. If it's just adding dust to a character because it's cool, I don't know. And it's just my own personal opinion that, you know, especially in the world of RWBY, weapons are functional first. I know, you know, again, rule of cool, how RWBY Scythe actually transforms and is actually, you know, stable without all the different folding parts falling apart when she slams something with it, but still, you know, just think of the function for it, think of maybe a reason for it, or, you know. During his time, he'd become introverted and mostly quiet. Okay, during his time. To the point where it was almost scary. Yeah, having the sniper be the strong, silent type, it might be a little bit intimidating. Post-graduation, he'd become close to the Summer Maiden at the time, the one before Arya. But when a third party from Atlas had kidnapped the Summer Maiden from Vacuo, Leonardo went to get her back. As for how he did it, the best way I can describe without getting banned is a mix of Liam Neeson's Taken and John Rambo. Oh, he went on the warpath. After that startling display of sniping skills and sheer ruthlessness, the event was called the Night Watchman Incident. Leonardo nicknamed the Night Watchman. Interesting. So, like, if he has a crippled leg, then that means that his mobility isn't that great. Obviously, his sniping skills are excellent, but he would have to drop a lot of bodies without being found. Because Liam Neeson in Taken was, like, very hands-on. How hands-on can Leonardo be? It is not. Okay. Reasonable crash out is in my book. Ah, I see. Think of the Maria route. Gravity dust equals neat way your character can move with their weapon, you know? Yeah, exactly. But when it's a sniper that's mostly stationary, that's why I'm like, why gravity and earth dust? Like the way her scythe can attract each other. Yeah, like there's always some like function. Ironwood's guns, or gun, one of his guns uses gravity dust, and that's for extra mobility. That's generally what gravity dust is used for. But yeah. Not that hands-on, most of the killing was from using a sniper. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, overall, seems like a terrifying character. He also doesn't seem like one who really... It's not that he doesn't need a team, but he can definitely, depending on what mission it is, he can function without a team. Though, since he doesn't have much mobility, he would need the team to protect him, prevent anyone from getting close to him. So yeah, makes sense. And being the support, yeah, sounds like a terrifying character. Is there anything else that you would like me to touch on? He's almost entirely useless close up. Okay. Okay, makes sense. And in Vacuo, well, we haven't exactly seen much of Vacuo. We only had that one scene in Volume 8 when Ruby's message was going out to the world where we saw Sun and Neptune standing there. It did look like it was pretty flat, at least at the point, at least at wherever Neptune and Sun were standing. So, assuming that there's not, you know, like, huge sand dunes in the desert, a sniper in Vacuo would be kind of terrifying. Just like, oh yeah, I see someone miles away. Pachoo! And just take them out. Rail, hello! I love this guy with how great his skills are. I feel like she could learn a thing or two from him, that's for sure. Because RWBY, she has a sniper rifle, but let's be honest, in the RWBY series, most fights, as I mentioned before, end up in close combat. RWBY is a close combat fighter, first and foremost. Gravity Bird is a faunus with Eurasian J wings. Oh, should we do the clip of the Dragoon? Yeah. They're going to put gravity dust in their shoes. Ah, and in their lance. Ah, so like when I was planning with Hesper. Debating giving him gloves for the ability to recall the lance. Is this for canon? Or alternate universe? But yeah, is there anything else you'd like me to touch on, Nyx? Anything else you'd like me to cover with RWBY OC? Alternate universe? Okay. Perfect. Because in canon, as far as we've seen at least, gravity dust isn't that abundant. Planning for an RP that you're in. Nice. You're good? All right. Thank you for showing your character, Nyx. I appreciate it. Let's go back to the webcam. Let's exit out of that. Let's go here. Check off that one. So Daisy is next. Let's go there. Let's go here. This is the one. Yes. This is the one that I've already taken a look at a little bit before. Black Sheep, hello. Back from housework. Is there still spots in the queue? Yes, there should be. 8 have been used so far as I can see, and I've enabled 10 at the beginning of stream. Once I go through those 10, then I'll open up 10 more slots. But yes, there still should be 2 slots left. I like this guy. This inventor's a bad ace. Yes, spelled it that way because Twitch. Ah, I understand. Yes, bad ace. Okay, was referencing for the dust to found mostly in Mistral. As far as we've seen, yes, found mostly in Mistral, processed mostly in Atlas, I would think. But yeah, the floating islands in Mistral seems... It's at least where we've seen the natural reserves of gravity dust. I'm guessing, given how dust-rich that Atlas is, under the City of Mantle is probably some gravity dust as well. But let's go to Daisy's character. Noah Crystalline, Cedar... Okay, this, to me, is pronounced Nud. Nita? What language is that from? One is real, one is fake. Yes, one is his real name, one is his fake name. Nita? Is that how you pronounce it? Nitha? Yeah, it's a thaw. Huh. I've never said that I've been good at pronouncing things. So, the brain error, a little bit. Inspiration is Lelantos, the hidden titan of Greek mythos, god of air and unseen forces. Embodies stealth. Name meaning Noah's Ark. Crystal clear. Cedar wood. Celtic for fog. What this for? It's Celtic. And there is no universal pronunciation. There's one of the translations. Okay. I've covered a lot of OCs. I forget. Like, I'm just in general, when I meet people, I'm terrible with names. I'm okay with faces. I can remember images. Not words. Aura color is wood brown. Age is 23. He was in his last year of school at the start of the series. So 21 at the start of the series, 23 now in current series. Gender's male, race is human. Home is Mistral, and his weapon is a pistol. His fighting style is ranged and ambush attacks. First OC had this last name. You know, that does sound familiar. And it's probably going to happen again the next time I see this character. I don't doubt it. But her semblance... Noah's semblance is background character. Is an illusion semblance. When activated, it makes the user practically a part of the scenery. Could be standing in plain sight, but everyone would overlook him. Even if he was part of some big spectacle, if he already has someone's... or even if he was standing in plain sight, everyone would overlook him, even if he was part of some big spectacle. If he already has someone's attention, the semblance doesn't work on that specific person. It must be activated before he is perceived. D&T are two sides of the same sound, more or less. Like B and V, and V and P. F and P. I mean, well, it'd be F and PH, right? Ash Winters, hello! Thank you for the sub. Why didn't the notification show up on stream? Did it? I hope it did. Didn't hear it though. But Ash Winters, thank you for the 27 months. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. We're doing well. Hope you're doing well as well. I think this death battle... I'd like to see Death Battle 2. Azula from Avatar The Last Airbender versus Dobby from My Hero Academia. I'm gonna guess Azula pre-insanity. I think Dobby probably wins that one. Water, food, meds. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, the background character who is overlooked by everyone unless already perceived. Personality. Noah's a fairly silent person, makes sense given the semblance, to the point where he mostly communicates through gestures and looks. Neo would be proud. He can speak, and occasionally does, but only happens around people he trusts or if he feels like the situation demands it. Similar to Fox as well. The strong silent types. We've had 2 in a row of the strong silent types. When he does speak, it's usually one word or short sentence answers. Most people think he's aloof and brooding, when in reality, he's just a wallflower with selective mutism. While his team did fall into the most people category, they eventually learned to let him take his time to open up to them, and found out he was one of the most protective people they could have on their side. Eclipse Onyx, hello! How does showing off character stuff work? Like with the OC review stream? For every 20,000 channel points that you redeem, you can send in 1 page of OC information in the Discord channel. Gonna go play Pokemon? Have fun, Roman! Should be in the background collecting points? Sounds good, Nix. So you'll spend 20,000 channel points to redeem 1 page of OC description, and then you'll submit that on the Discord as a Word document or a PDF. I'll download it and then be able to show it off on stream. But yeah, the strong, silent type of personality. And the backstory. Noah was 7 when he lost everything. Someone broke into his house, and his parents hid him, telling him not to make a sound, not for anything. He did as he was told, and stayed put, keeping his hands over his mouth to silence himself. He heard the break-in, the long minute of fighting, and then the stalking of the killer. Without realizing it, his semblance had activated, thankfully keeping him hidden as the killer passed his hiding place. He got a look at the man before he ran out of the house, since he also heard the sound of approaching people. A huntsman found his hiding place 10 minutes later, once his aura had run out, and he quickly took him out of the house. Since he had seen the man, Noah was placed under witness protection and given the fake name of Cedar. The huntsman that carried him out, a man named Hunter Nudd, offered to look out for him, feeling that he could use a somewhat familiar face in such a turbulent time. Cedar hadn't spoken since the incident, finding safety in the silence. Hunter never tried to force him to speak, and always said he could speak enough for the both of them. Very talkative man, I take it. About 2 years later, he spoke a few words to his foster father, and was left giggling as Hunter playfully denied the tears in his eyes. When the time came, Cedar decided to follow in his adoptive dad's footsteps and become a huntsman. He wanted to be the person that could bring comfort to someone whose world had been shattered. While he didn't know what to expect, he ended up finding a team that provided the safety that only his family and silence had given him up until that point. Neetha, didn't you say there wasn't one pronunciation? Ah, pain! Everything enthusiast, Daisy redeemed first. So, I go in order of redemption. Not order of submitted on Discord. Whoever redeemed first gets submitted first. Yeah. It is order of redemption. Yeah. Because it's actually like Daisy, then Bloody Rosalia actually beat you to the punch, then it's your team. Yeah. All good. Who's the strongest character you reviewed for this? That's honestly a question I don't think I remember the answer to. Because I've been reviewing OCs on Twitch for over 2 years now. And given all of the OCs that are reviewed here, as well as all the OCs that are reviewed for the OC tournament, like the most broken and most powerful ones aren't the ones that stand out to me. It's the ones that are like balanced and ready to go, and like good. Like I like all of the characters are good, but it's just, yeah, I honestly don't know. Everything is at least 2 pronunciations, right and wrong. Exactly. Exactly. But yeah, good character, and I've read over this character before, so it's mainly if Daisy, you want me to touch on anything else about his character, or if anyone else has any questions. Come on, just I see. They given the space between OC streams. Yeah, there's been a lot of OCs. Yeah. Like they're well, yeah. There's only a few OC streams a year, so really, I think this is only like OC stream number 7 since I started streaming on Twitch. But there has to be that gap in time so people can actually build up channel points, and then etc. etc. Should you save your points for the OC tournament or for this? There has been no announcement of an OC tournament. There is no OC tournament in production. Maybe there will be one in the future, but I'm not guaranteeing anything. So if you would like to use your points and you have it ready, then whichever you prefer, this would be a good option. Everything makes sense and works well together. I think it does. Semblance seems balanced. You know, the background character that he is. Fits with his personality, fits with, you know, how his semblance awakens, and fits with his motivations and overall. So you need to get 10k more points? Okay. So there'll be another OC stream in probably 4 or 5 months. But yeah. There's only these streams. Yes. Will this help with another tournament? Correct. I've said my reasoning before, and I stand by my reasoning, but yeah. It'd still be a lot of work regardless. But yeah, I know a lot of people want another tournament, and if I get to a point where I have a lot more time, like for whatever reason, if I don't have a job in the middle of the day, then I'll have more time to do that. 4 months. Yeah. I mean, D&D version of Kaimana. Oh, so I ended up with a +4 to barehanded attacks. Oh. But yeah, everything seems pretty good with your character. Daisy seems well thought out, well reasoned. All from just the meme background character. They're arguably more important than an OC tournament. Yeah, well, it's a pipe dream, but if I somehow, you know, ended up being able to go full time with YouTube or online content, then you never know. Or hey, I could be fired. And then in the time gap between being fired and getting a new job, especially a Joe character that got way too into it, as is the OC writing process. But with that, I think that those are the best characters. Tend to make D&D versions of most of your OCs too. Nice. Please don't get fired. I mean, well, it's not up to me. It's up to the overlords that be. I don't have a say over it. I got plans for making a team of deities myths. Oh, very little known about them. Nice. Like deities and myths that don't have much known about them, or also the team isn't going to have much known about them in the world of Remnant. They're going to be like secret special ops or something of that sort. Love how it's just the cat's legs that are out here. Little chicken wing. But yeah, thank you for sharing your OC, Daisy. Next one will be Quetzalcoatl. I mean, Quetzalcoatl's pretty well known. At least I've known of Quetzalcoatl for a long time, but that's also partially due to, you know, Beyblade and Fate Grand Order. I feel like Quetzalcoatl's known. But, anywho. So it's unposted exclusive art, so sending it straight to Phoenix. Ah, makes sense. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Let's go here. And you're okay with me showing this on stream, right? If there's exclusive, then, like, spoilery stuff. I don't want to... Okay, well, I guess it is OC review number 7. Let's do this. Let's go here, here. Okay. Yep. It's the fun for those being here. Ah, I see. But this is also going to be posted as a VOD online, right? Are you okay with that being shown? Because it will, like, technically permanently be out there on the internet. Okay. Okay. Just want to make sure. Just want to make sure. Never actually written about him because he was such common knowledge. Oh, people know about him, but he can you name any stories about him outside of his birth? I mean, I can name the stories of Quetzalcoatl and Fate Grand Order. Click Buddy's great art. It's not to love. Exactly. We're going to see during this stream. Just need to keep saving points for the next review. Sounds good, Corvus. Sounds good. All right. First character team you made was Team Crimson. Kim represents the hunter from the Red Riding Hood. Red represents the rabbit from Alice in Wonderland. Zuko represents Ares. Oh, interesting. Ares is an interesting addition to the... Is there an Ares in Alice in Wonderland? I guess Red Riding Hood technically isn't in Alice in Wonderland. Interesting combination. And then Nate's Mad Hatter. Stevens Volume 2 came out. Oh, it's been a while. Well, you can always revisit those OCs. All right, now for Bloody's OC. Treated as canon for what it's worth. Not an art story or artery story, but another of Marsh Caesar's teammates. Hi, buddy. Russet Zal Jr., second of Team Caesar. Graduated Atlas Academy 2 years pre-fall. One-liner, the price of Burger Prince? That's a fast food chain on Remnant. Okay. The Prince of Burger Prince. I see. I see. Okay, his emblem is emblem is fries. Fast food chain's logo with dripping grease. Yummy. Illusion. This team is named after Salad and Kings. So potato salad. Not okay. Russet is type of potato. Ah, yes. Uncle is Tate. Mom is Nochi. All potato stuff. I see. You put so much thought into everything with OCs. I love it. Burger King, an actual burger chain. Careful but copyright. Zal and Rudaba. Dabe? Two lovers from an epic poem about a teenage Persian king. Zal equals white-haired, who's responsible for tax collection. Burger King, the tax collector? Oh, no! I take memes too seriously. Well, I mean, there could be some things, but maybe not when it comes to OCs. OCs, it's fine. I'm looking for fast food brand logo, yeah. Personality. Russet carries a cool, sporty vibe while chatting with fellow elites and ignoring the rabble. The Burger King elite. But his true nature is more insecure. It comes off as a sidekick to the more confident socialities. Despite acting proud of his role on the class council, later inheriting Caesar's place as treasurer. Burger King on the school council, huh? He often slips away from his duty to play video games and chill. Makes sense. Maybe, have a burger and fries on the side. Weapon is Spudnik & Co. Spudnik & Company, I see. Referring to Spudnik the satellite. I thought it was more, Spuds because potato. I'm guessing that's 100% part of it, but Sputnik the satellite, that seems a little out of left field. Weapon kind of looks like a UFO. Interesting. Burger King got a treasury? I mean, is Burger King not a treasury of burgers? Haven't seen you laugh this much? Oh, I've laughed at other OCs before. Just as much, if not more than this as well. Dust spraying griddle and guns. Pair of rifles and a dust spray can powered shield. There's a pair of guns? Where's the handle would be one. Where's the second one? Combining one of the, okay, I just need to read further. That's common issue I have. Combining one of the rifles with the shield creates a frying pan like weapon. These other rifles over here, I'm guessing. Which sprays ice and fire dust. Pan slides on the ground and briefly fly in the air. He's air frying, but he'd be using vapor for the dust combo. Second gun can make shots as he's riding. I see. On his left waist. Yep. Okay. Makes sense. More like a frying pan. This is that one OC that was Toxic Influencer. Yep, which was also Bloody's. Which was also Bloody's OC. So many food puns in so little time. I just feel like I just smoked something. No, that'd be the influencer OC. Burger King and potato salad. Semblance is Slick Slider. The sliders being mini burgers. Burger King sold sliders once. Once upon a time. Like an oil, Russet's aura coats surfaces he or his weapon comes into contact with, making the object or area slippery. So lets him use his weapon to skate across rough surfaces and assist/sabotage his allies and enemies. Allies and enemies alike, Burger King does not discriminate. It wears off sooner if it's thinly applied or a large area. Makes sense. This OC is amazing. All of Bloody's OCs are amazing. So much thought and detail is put into them. The plot. The Zals are an Atlesian-only military family turned business owners with, of course, Burger King is an Atlesian chain. Or Burger Prince, I should say. With Burger Prince, BP, being their cash cow thanks to Russet's parents. Atlesian-only military family, Burger Prince is the cash cow of the family. I mean, well, it's a family-owned chain. Because the parents were frequent travelers and older than most, the mother's pregnancy was complicated by an emergency birth in Mantle. Parents kept this secret hidden from the public to avoid unnecessary scrutiny. Ah, how dare the Burger Prince interact with the lower life forms of Mantle. I see. Kaheen, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Why is the... Do I... Why is the follow notification not... Interesting. Over the golden fries on his pants. Yeah. Question, can dust help boost someone's semblance? For example, if someone's semblance was gravity manipulation, can you use gravity to make it stronger? Ideally, semblance and dust are two separate things. So since dust can manipulate gravity, semblance cannot do that. Because semblance and dust used to be magic in previous Remnant, but now that they are separate, semblance cannot actually replicate the elements of dust. So cannot manipulate gravity, cannot create fire, cannot create electricity, cannot do anything that dust does exactly, but can interact with dust, like absorbing electricity, like absorbing fire or heat. Yes, but dust can boost enhance, yes. Not showing Jabril Trimation in their school uniform. Unfortunately, there's no artwork of it. I wish that they included that in the actual light novels, but there's only so many images of artwork in the light novels. Unfortunately, I could not. However, if you're interested, the light novel does go into a little bit more description than I did in the video, so there's reason to get the light novel. Always can use some dust to augment your semblance, like with gravity glyphs, but the She semblance is very unique. It is used to augment her glyphs, but it doesn't actually allow her glyphs to like, it's the dust is producing the effect of the dust. So, it's going to roll the gravity dust to use gravity manipulation. Depending on how you work the semblance, yes. For example, like was mentioned, Weiss's semblance, she can put gravity dust into the glyphs to now have the glyphs actually pull people in. So, yes, gravity dust can affect the semblance, but it all depends on like balancing and how you want to write it. Anyways, back to the plot. An emergency birth of mantle. Parents kept the secrets hidden to avoid unnecessary scrutiny. They pressured Russet to go through schooling quickly, as they knew that another Zal would try to take Burger Prince from them if he wasn't ready. Oh, inter-family conflicts. Russet feeling inferior due to that birthplace snafu. Man, Prince needs to get over it. Doesn't matter where you're born. Masquerades among other culinary stars like his team leader. They're all culinary stars. Attending Atlas Academy. I know they're all based off of... Yes, hi, buddy. Salads and food, but... attending Atlas Academy is a formality for the Zals, but Russet secretly hopes to ditch Burger Prince by finding a partner in a different sector. He still wants to stay in the food chain business. He just wants to leave Burger Prince. Come on, he has an entire fortune at his disposal. Why? Okay. He even considered the Click Clack streamer on his team. Yeah, that would be a mistake. I didn't know he had a Twitch. Yeah, hello, Hyper Not Greedy. How's it going? Yeah, I've streamed for a couple years now. I stream a few times a week. I have 2 YouTube channels as well. The main one, the larger one, being one that's focused on the RWBY series. Ray, hello, good morning. Another exemplar of how semblance can interact with us is found in one of the Boss Birds OCs. Yeah. Alex, I was referring to like the No Game No Life light novel. Yeah. So this team could make a 5-star restaurant. Now, how many Burger Kings do you need to put together to make a 5-star restaurant? Would 4 be enough? Someone wants to donate 20k, I'll show the 4th member. Well, I think the current redemption slots, yeah, all the current redemption slots are used up. So we'll have to be once we go through all of them. Wait, so what about Cinder Semblance? Cinder Semblance produces heat. Fire Dust produces fire. There is a difference. So heat and fire are elementally different. Heat can light things on fire, but that is a side effect of the heat. Her semblance isn't directly creating fire, if that makes sense. The overall balancing of RWBY is quite intricate and interesting, honestly, but that is why, you know, the video that I posted today was just like, hey, there is a problem with some semblances that exist. But yeah. All right. I mean, like, I love the naming theme. Phoenix show the second page, so the teammates we've seen thus far. Yes, as a reminder, Marcy, Caesar's leader, and then Farfall, the toxic streamer. He's got spray cans? Yeah. Russet and friend taking down a giant plant grim using semblance to shield surf. Russet's soul leaving his body when a classmate and Marsh discuss his non-existent love life. I mean, when worse comes to worse, he always has the toxic streamer, right? Right? She's aware of the Daily Flugo and Phoenix Knight. Yes. Is there other YouTube channel? Yes, I have. There's obviously the Phoenix Knight channel that focuses on RWBY, and then I have a second channel called the Daily Flugel that talks about No Game No Life. Tournament for Pellis would still work then? I believe so. You'll have to remind me on the exact intricacies that you came up with the semblance, because, like, again, I've covered so many OCs. I recognize some of the names, some of the abilities, but I need to be reminded. But yeah, everything seems, I mean, honestly, well thought out, as most of your OCs are, Bloody. Or all of your OCs are, let's be honest here. Dust spraying, griddle, and guns. So, does he have spray cans and guns? Or... oh, I guess those are the spray cans there. Oh. That's a lot of weapons for one character to have. Spellst has extra cans. I mean, given that he is, you know, a Nepo baby, kind of, that he has all of the, anything he'd ever want just handed to him, and he's an Atlas, it kind of does make sense that he'd just be given a whole bunch of stuff. Is he really that focused on being a huntsman, though, since it's attending the school is just a formality? Would he really take training seriously? Would he really, like, learn actually how to use a weapon? So they look more like flasks? A thermos, kind of, but a thermos is kind of also like a spray can, right? Ved, hello! But yeah, semblance is good. Semblance is fine. Just the weapons is the only thing that I might... He's good at parkour, I guess? It'll carry him somewhere. But... so the actual gun portions of his weapon are kind of like, he's not really... not really the greatest, you know, marksman. Seems like his focus is more on food and love than actually huntsman and fighting. Hydrate. The Dusty only uses a spray can formulation. Bullets are generic and the trigger to aerolize stuff. Makes sense. I implore you to consume water. And consume it I have. Okay. Interesting. Same goes for everyone. Hydration is important. This is true. This is true. It's a limited resource on this planet. We need to consume it while we can. But yeah. Other than that, I think everything's good with this character. The Burger Prince. The Burger Prince. Put the semblance in stream discussion. Oh, the concept you're working on. Nice, cats. Pillars can imbue aura with pre-existing rock, earth, stone, superheating, manipulating it to inserting magma and various. Yeah. Yep. Manipulating an element is completely fine for a semblance. Creating the element, that's... now I want a burger. You know, I kind of want a burger too, but I already know that I'm getting Indian style pizza for dinner, so I'm kind of I've been craving that since already early this morning. Thanks for reviewing. Knew it'd be a laugh. The next one is definitely not though. So you're saying it'd be bad if I laughed at it? That's what I'm getting out of this. That I shouldn't. Wait, what pizza? Indian style pizza. So it has like a whole bunch of different like Indian spices on it, and all types of thing like that. Because there's pizza place that's a couple blocks away that opened up down. Japanese curry you need to finish. Ooh, that sounds good. Burger. But yeah, thank you for sharing, Bloody. I appreciate it. Your OCs are always a pleasure to review and take a look at. Thank you so much for sending them in. And next, we have Everything Enthusiast. It is your time. It is your turn. You have a full team to go over, huh? So, RWBY OC's Team Golden. Alrighty. Okay, perfect. Fear! Don't be afraid. What's the worst that could happen? Everything team is next. Then I'll see which OC will go happen next. Yes. The order that we currently have is Everything Enthusiast for 4 OCs, then Violet Embers, which I think is the one relevant to what you're looking for, And then Chaos, then Roman. And then once we've covered Romans, then I'll open up 10 more batches. So let's switch back over to desktop. And let's go over Everything Enthusiasts OCs. Team Golden. Note, these OCs exist in alternate universe, but I tried to stick to canon for some aspects of the characters. So, if some things about these OCs don't line up with canon, that's why. And if some things aren't explained as well, I'm more of a show don't tell type of writer. Ah, okay. I hope you like these OCs. And the layout's weird? No worries, I'm sure we can work around it. Kin Nemean, the Nemean lion, inspiration Heracles. Oh, my phone's vibrating. Why? Oh, okay. Heracles, both the mythology version and the Disney version. Oh, okay. So not the Fate version. Got it. No Berserker here. Understood. Kin roughly translates to gold in Japanese. The golden lion. A Nemean comes from the Nemean lion that Heracles kills in Greek myth. Age 17 to 20, 5'10". Since you wanted to stick to canon for most aspects, in this alternate universe, did the fall of Beacon still happen? Just to kind of give like an age range of where they are. This might be covered in like more of the if there's a story part of it, but just figured I'd ask that out the gate. Where are they in relation to the fall of Beacon, if that happens in the alternate universe? 5'10", hair color brown/orange. Ooh, his hair color changes when semblance is in use. Eye color is green. Now, relationships: Lapis, the girlfriend. Dijon, like the mustard, friend. Nickel, cousin. Alcmene? Alcmene? It's another name I'm going to butcher. I'm sorry. A mother. Amphitryon. That's a name. Stepfather. Rosmio, stepbrother, and Jupiter, father/teacher. Heracles is more powerful as the archer class, though. I haven't seen Heracles Archer. And really more powerful than Berserker? Really? Alcmene? Still trying to figure out if I want to do that. Right now say no, but it might change my mind. Okay, just something I was curious about. Likes fighting, working out, and running. Strong boy. Very Heracles inspired. Got it. Dislikes sleeping. How can you dislike sleeping? What do you mean? Sleeping is great. Oh my god. No, why? Coffee. Okay, yeah, well, I guess if you really like coffee, or wait, no, never mind. That's in the dislikes. Dislikes sleeping and dislikes coffee, but coffee is the thing that could help put off sleep. He likes fisticuffs too. Likes a good old tavern brawl. He swallowed a tub of caffeine once and hated it. You know what? I respect that. Disrespect towards his friends. That's something we can all get behind. His weapon is bludgeon. A club with several spiked rings that can spin around rapidly. Ooh, okay. He can put rods of dust into the club to deal more damage or shoot them out. Okay. Interesting. Semblance is Herculean strength. When in use, his hair glows and he gets a boost in strength. Imagine 5 times boost. The longer it's in use, the more aura it drains and the closer he gets to his base strength. Okay. So, at the beginning, he gets strong and then it, dissipates over time the more he uses it. Okay. And the Herculean strength, in relation to Nora, where would he fall in terms of strength? Like, Nora, as what we've seen in, like, the Vital Festival tournament, for example. Nora's semblance, she can boost herself far beyond 5 times by absorbing more electricity, but what do you interpret 5 times boost as being? Like, as strong as Nora was during the Vital Festival tournament? Not as strong? Half as strong? Do you have any idea how happy Viola will be when Hina sleeps in her bed door? Yeah, sleep is for the weak? No, Chaos. I disagree. Nix, hello. Personalities: loud, outgoing, caring, and blunt. Okay. I appreciate the bluntness. I myself am a blunt person as well. He's a bit of an airhead, but crafty and quick thinking. If anyone has any doubts about him being the leader, he'll quickly prove them wrong. I see. Leader by force. Other notes. He wears primarily yellow, black, and white outfits. He wears a black jacket with yellow sleeves and a yellow sun logo on the back and front of his jacket. Has 2 yellow eyes on them. Okay, so that'd be his logo. Also has the jacket at Signal Academy's logo stitched on the inside. He wears a white shirt, black gloves with white highlights, black pants with yellow stripes on the side, black boots with yellow and white accents with a yellow belt, a silver badge, his logo is placed on it. His logo is a drawing of the sun you'd see in Greek art with the face of a lion. Nice! Good logo. And I'm guessing his like aura color and color inspiration would be gold. Gold or yellow. See spite his ally against sleep. Yes. Stays awake out of sheer will. You know, I respect that, because I pulled many all-nighters throughout my time in university, and I've never drank coffee in my life. So yeah, gold aura. Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, seems pretty good. The only question I'd have is what I mentioned before about, like, what you consider the strength boost of 5 times to be. Like, in relation to Nora at the Vital Festival's tournament after she was struck by lightning. Like, same strength, stronger, half as strong. That'd be the only thing. Just balancing the Herculean strength, because, like, yeah, how strong do you want him to be? I know Hercules, super strong. RWBY, the RWBY series, we don't see someone, I wouldn't say he's as strong as Nora, but pretty close. Okay, that's probably pretty good then. Because Nora, she absorbed some electricity. It's not her maximum strength that we saw in the Vital Festival tournament, but her semblance is more converting something else into strength, whereas this character is just converting their aura into strength, just outright. So yeah, I think that's pretty good. Overall, is there anything else you'd like me to touch on this character, or should we continue on through the team? Maybe continue on through the team would be best, and then I can, if I have any questions about the team as a whole, then we can go from there. But yeah, everything seems pretty good. This character. Lapis, the girlfriend! Oh, the Nemean lion and Frankenstein's monster. Oh no. Lapis is a shade of blue. Lapis Victor Lavenza. Because Victor Frankenstein and Lavenza is the name of the writer of Modern Prometheus, the original Frankenstein story. Okay, 18 to 21. Ah, she's older. 6'4", tall girl. Hair color is white. Eye color is blue. Relationships: Kin, the boyfriend. Dijon, the mustard. Friend. Nickel, friend. Mr. Victor Lavenza, father. Mrs. Victor Lavenza, the mother. Arancia, younger brother, and Jupiter is the teacher as well. It's a big lady. Likes working out, listening to music, and batteries. Crunchy? No, don't make her eat batteries, no! Why? Dislikes being made fun of. Having to read things far away. So maybe a little bit short-sighted, and yeah, I can unfortunately see that with being tall. Fortunately, people would constantly, even if it's just in jest, oh, how's the weather up there? It's like, tall person has, if anyone says that to a tall person, in my opinion, they have the full right to be like, well, how's the weather down there? And then push them to the ground. Hero, hello! Weapon, conductive coils. Starting out as a copper backpack. Lapis can press a button on the right, allowing the backpack to shift into 2 gauntlets that cover her entire arms. Like Harriet, okay. When folded out, 2 coils with electric dusk discs on each end sit on top of her shoulders. The portion of the weapon that cover the hands come from 2 copper rings around her wrists. Interesting. Semblance is controlled shock. Lapis can generate small surges of electricity throughout her body, although she needs something to keep the electricity going inside her body. It's a conductive material like copper. This would be more of the AU aspect, because as far as we've seen in the RWBY series, no semblance is capable of replicating any of the elements of dust. I mentioned this a little bit before, but for her to be able to generate electricity, that might be a pretty hard time describing the weapon, but I'm proud of it. Yeah, I think the weapon is quite nice. That it seems intricately designed and seems very steampunk-esque. Now, I will say, if the gauntlets, if it has electric dusk discs, then for her semblance, instead of generating small surges of electricity, to keep it, if you want it to be like more canon-esque, maybe have it that she can channel electricity through her aura. Different than Nora, who absorbs it and turns it into strength, that instead Lapis can channel the electricity. Just my initial thoughts at it. She can also absorb small bits of electricity. Oh, well, there we go. And with this absorbed electricity, she can either fire it off in short blasts. These blasts only last for a few seconds, don't have very good range, or fully absorb it and add to her stamina. This does seem like two separate abilities, though. Being able to channel it through her body is one thing. Being able to fully absorb it to, like, use electricity to restore stamina is another. I would go for one or the other in this instance. Again, though, alternate universe. So if you want to go for a bit stronger or secondary ability, only bit of Lapis that I don't like is her semblance. Okay. I think personally for her semblance, just the channeling of it would be enough and works very well in terms of her inspiration. You know, well, with her inspiration being Frankenstein's monster absorbed the energy of electricity that gave the monster life. So it depends on what aspect you want to go to. Having electricity being here makes complete sense, though, with the inspiration. But she cannot absorb her own energy. If she still has energy absorbed while her aura is broken, a literal shockwave will fire out, electrocuting anyone within a 25-foot or 6-meter radius. So, based on what's described here, I would say the semblance is trying to do a number of different things, as it's described. My recommendation for, like, to have the semblance fit into canon would just be the electricity absorption type thing. Similar to the character that I designed, Seraphina Vermilion, how she can absorb fire and heat and then release that fire and heat as well. Then, if her aura is broken while she has fire or heat absorbed, it sends that out as kind of like an explosion or shockwave. So, exact same instance here, where any electricity that's absorbed would get released outwards. So I think it seems more like channeling electricity. Swiss Army knife of electrokinesis. And Swiss Army knife or jack of all trades, master of none. I've mentioned before that, you know, having one character or one weapon or one semblance be able to do everything doesn't really make sense in RWBY. And I don't like it too much. Yeah, I can... Only 4.5k feathers to go. Nice, Ash Winters. Almost there. But yeah, I think just having it, like, shaving it down to just the electricity absorption aspect can give a lot for the character to work with. It helps work with her weapon. It helps... could help in other situations. Honestly, just being able to absorb and channel electricity, if there is any electrical problems that happen, then, you know, could help with that. I think just focusing on the channeling electricity, being able to absorb electricity and then release it outwards, I think that's good enough for the semblance just as it is. That would be my suggestion, at least. Personality: smug, patient, and carefree. Smug and carefree. She's far from the most level-headed of the team, but she's a lot less a loose cannon than Kin. Often gets flustered whenever you compliment her. Aww. Other notes. Lapis's most notable trait is her skin condition, where she has several patches across her body. Oh no. And that's another thing that I'm sure people make fun of her for. Different shades and tints of her base skin color. Her skin color before the condition advance was a pale lime green. Oh. Is she a faunus? She wears sleeveless denim jacket, black tank top, black gloves, black boots, blue pants, and black belt. Her logo is engraved on a rusty silver locket that is connected to her belt. Oh, nice. Her logo is a skull and crossbones. But the two bones are a stereotypical depiction of lightning. Ooh, cool. Interesting. With the Frankenstein's monster inspiration, have you thought of maybe adding like a screw to the skull? Just to kind of add that extra, Frankenstein thing to it? Because Frankenstein always has like the bolts in the neck, right? Or in the temples as well. Like from Soul Eater. Exactly. Why didn't I do that? Hey, I'm glad I can help with some suggestions, right? Yeah, you could either put like one on each side or just one screw in it like Soul Eater, but yeah. But yeah, the only comments I'd have is just pretty much on the semblance. Lime green skin probably requires a faunus trait or some sort to be more canon. Yes, I would agree. In medical stuff, we can see blue skin in certain condition, but it's not so much green. Isn't blue skin just from lack of oxygen? But yeah, if there's green skin, again, mostly it's just like OCs exist in alternate universe, but tried to stick to canon for some aspects of characters. If some things about these OCs don't line up with canon, that's why. And that's probably referring to Lapis's skin being green. I'm going to guess. For the semblance, though, I'd recommend just keeping it more with the electricity channeling. Yeah, like talk, exactly. Alligator faunus. Though, Frankenstein's monster being an alligator faunus, I'm guessing the alternate universe aspect is going to be the skin color, which, you know what? Fair enough. Makes sense. Excess exposure to silver can cause blue skin. Ooh, interesting. Blue skin can be because of silver poisoning. Okay, I did not know that. But yeah, pretty much my thoughts are just on the semblance, and then, yeah, seems pretty good. The tall lady. The more you know, exactly. Now, there's a medieval reference to a pair of orphaned children who had green skin when they were found. Went away with proper diet. Oh. It's not gangrene or anything like that. Interesting. Dijon Stoker. Inspiration Dracula. Ooh, Dijon is a shade of yellow, like mustard. Stoker is the last name of the writer of the original Dracula story. You know, that... Huh. You learn something new every day. Because in No Game, No Life, there's a character in there named Plum Stoker. Now I know where the last name comes from. Now I know what the last name is a reference to, because Plum is, well, a Dampier, essentially, a vampire. Huh. The more you know. Yeah, Bram Stoker. Interesting. I did not know that. I'm going to have to include that in a No Game No Life video at some point. Huh. Age 17 to 20, 5'4", the shortest of the team thus far. Hair color, yellow, same shade as her namesake. And eye color is red. Ooh, red eyes, yellow hair. Yang. Relationships, Kin's friends, Lapis friends, Nickel best friend. Braun Browning, Uncle Mentor. Why is that name just 2 words? It's a little bit of a tongue twister. Arancia, the rival, and Jupiter is the teacher. Likes inventing, learning, and studying. Dislikes being made fun of. Understandable. Seeing her creations get destroyed and getting interrupted. People destroy her creations? That's just mean. Weapons, bat blades. I immediately just imagined, like, Batman's, like, I was going to say throwing stars, but throwing bats that he uses, and just that being the hilt of a sword. 2 short swords, each shaped like a bat wing. Yeah, kind of, yeah, okay. Swords can attach together into a double-sided sword. Think Pitt's weapon from Kid Icarus. Okay. Or like Darth Maul's lightsaber kind of thing. Batarangs! Yeah. I was going to say Batarang, but I was like, is the Batarang something different? No, he just has a bunch of Batarangs. Okay. Semblance Twilight Trickery. I love that name. That's such a good name for a semblance. I like that so much. Dijon can communicate with other people through telepathy within 30 feet or 9 meters of Dijon. Okay, so similar to foxes. She can influence the person's mind to get them to do a desired action. That's strong. Dijon's aura is broken, her influence on the target will be broken. If the person goes outside of the semblance's range, the influence will be broken. Dijon can only influence one person at a time. Also, the person's influence doesn't absolutely have to follow her commands, although it'd feel like you're doing something wrong. Okay. So, alright, so it's not mind control like we saw in Before the Dawn, which is absurdly powerful. But it is more just mental suggestion, kind of giving a person an urge to do a certain thing. Batarangs, I like that alliteration. Yeah. So like vampire hypnosis. Kind of, but not like complete control, complete dominance of a person's mind. Okay. Since it's a more toned back mental suggestion, yeah, I think that's all right. Put soda in the water cup? So just it'd be like, this feels out of place type thing. Okay. Interesting. 30 feet, not that wide of a radius, and the suggestion only lasts within that area. So that limitation especially is pretty good for that. Because, again, with the mind control semblance that we got in Before the Dawn, and we're gonna get in Volume 10, there is no limit to it. Just touches a person, can impose the mind control on them, and then it will never wear off, no matter how far the person travels, where they go, or anything. And it's just something that I didn't bring up in the video, because like that one, I feel like wouldn't be addressed by the writers. But anyways, personality, shy and resourceful. Dijon is a quick thinker and is often the one to turn in tests first, but she's fully willing to break the rules if it means helping her friends. So teacher's pet, but is also willing to go against the grain if it means helping her friends. Dijon is a faunus, and her faunus trait is 2 bat wings. Batgirl! Although these wings are rather small, about 50% smaller than a normal bat faunus's wings. Oh, and this is where the being made fun of aspect would come from as well. She wears a yellow scarf and a white button-up shirt, yellow corset, yellow skirt, black pants, gloves, and white shoes with yellow socks. Dijon's logo is an upside-down bat with the same ring pattern that stereotypical depictions of hypnosis have. Oh, cool! Nice! Yep. Cue Batman theme. Yeah. Overall, I think pretty balanced character, well thought out. Batman! Yeah. I think you've balanced the like mental suggestion aspect relatively well. It's not just, here's mind control, controlling the person's mind, and they can't do anything about it. It's like mental suggestion. It's like they have the desire to do something. They don't have to. They still have their senses and their state of mind and can think things through, but it's like I feel like they should be doing this type thing. Very restricted color palettes, I realized. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with having people fit their color inspirations. Nothing wrong with that at all. And then finally, we have Nickel Helnatos. Inspiration, the Grim Reaper. We got Grim Reaper, Dracula, Frankenstein's monster, and Hercules / the Nemean lion. That's a hell of a roster. Last name is a combination of Hel, the Norse god of death, and Thanatos, the Greek god of death. Ooh. Age 17 to 20. So Lapis is the oldest member. Understood. Hair color gray, eye color black. Ooh, black eyes. For the Grim Reaper, that fits. Kin is cousin. Okay, Lapis' friend. Dijon is best friends. Braun Browning, mentor. Rosmio is the rival, and Jupiter is the teacher. Likes fashion, mythology, and having a stable schedule. Okay. Waking up too early or too late? Running out of coffee. So, I see. Running out of coffee. It was... yes. It was Kin that dislikes sleeping and coffee. Meanwhile, Nickel is the opposite. Waking up too early, not okay. Let me sleep in, but not too long. And then, I need my coffee to wake up in the morning. Someone inspired by Dracula or vampire, I think red would be the dominant color? No, like, the color inspiration can be a number of different things. Because, like, you could go with red, you could go with the night theme, but yellow's fine. You don't have to, when it comes to the color naming rule, it's more matching the name and the color versus anything else. A weapon is Soul Eater. A scythe with a blade that has several notches like a chainsaw. Ooh, chainsaw scythe. There's a string at the top that allows the scythe to rev like a chainsaw as well. Yeah. Semblance is Grav Scythe. Nickel can see red ribbons. These ribbons often lead to someone in danger. Someone being attacked. Although Nickel can't detect someone being poisoned or having a heart attack. In canon RWBY, unfortunately, I don't think... It depends on how you want to work this semblance. If that is a form of future sight, like it's someone that is going to be attacked, then that wouldn't be possible in canon RWBY. Is a bleach separance to when Ichigo got his proper Zanpakuto. Ah, makes sense. It's not direct future sight, so it's only for something that's currently happening. What range is this semblance? Personality somewhat quiet, standoffish, maybe even rude to people he's just met, but he can warm up to people. When it comes to being a huntsman, he tries not to let his biases cloud his judgments, always trying to go down the objective route of whatever is the best job to take. Other notes. Nickel wears a stone blue sleeveless hoodie and pants. The pants have light gray strips down the sides. Light gray long sleeve shirts, black and white sneakers, black gloves. He wears a silver necklace with his logo on it. His logo is a tombstone with notches of a chainsaw on it. Nice. I like that one. Okay. Yeah, what would the range on that semblance be? Because it could only be so far as Nickel's aura is able to detect. So it wouldn't be able to be like, you know, citywide. It could lead him across the city chasing that red thread. But, you know, it could be wider than like 30 feet radius. It could be a couple 100 feet maybe, because it wouldn't need that much. Essentially, just trying to figure out how exactly this semblance would work. Like, what exactly it is that the semblance would be detecting. Hydrate. Yeah, Volume 10 is coming. Because I guess having danger sense as a semblance would be... no, that's getting into future sight. Would Nickel's aura be... I'll stretch in one moment. Would Nickel's aura be sensing a person's panic? Sensing the person's emotions? The distress that they're under, as if they're being, like, if they're being attacked, they're probably going to be under distress. And that's what the aura is latching onto, and it's someone within, like, a 200-meter radius, then... you know, the red ribbon would go out there. And I'm guessing it would be more of a passive semblance. Like if, you know, he's walking down the street and then, you know, within that 200-meter radius, someone's in danger or the semblance picks up someone in that situation or that's in distress, then that red thread appears in his vision and he's drawn to it. Is that accurate to what you're kind of thinking? Oh. 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 Yeah, distress or panic is what the semblance works off of. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, I think that works. It's just what range you want him to sense in. The back pop spur. Yep. I'm crunchy. He's crunchy. Yeah. So that's the only thing I really see here. The RWBY is crunchy, exactly. So yeah, overall, team seems fellow crunchy boy. Team seems pretty well thought out, pretty balanced for the most part. Other than the semblance things that I commented on, it seems pretty straightforward. And as I mentioned, the skin color of Lapis, probably the AU portion. So yeah, overall, seems pretty well thought out. Other than and then just a couple things that I mentioned for making the semblance fit a bit more in canon. Yeah, is there anything else that you'd like me to touch on, Everything Enthusiast? Anything else that you'd like me to cover? Any questions you have about your characters, things of that nature? Rosmio is very arrogant, which is why he's Nickel's rival. Ah, okay. Yeah, because Rosmio was not one of the characters that was submitted. It's not one of the members of Team Golden. Rosmio, I'm guessing, is your, like, Team Juniper to Team Golden kind of thing? Because I believe Rosmio was mentioned in relation to another character? No. It was just Nickel that he was... No. Ah, Rosmio's stepbrother to Kin. Okay. Is on another team. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Yeah. So that pretty much covers all of Team Golden. So yeah, is there anything else that you'd like me to touch on, Everything Enthusiast? Oh. They just sidetrack slightly, but I have two separate pages. I believe I have enough to redeem twice. Just need to make sure that's what I do. Yes, that would be. Feel bad about taking 2 slots when it comes to it. That's okay. 2 slots is fine. It'll just have to be 1 redemption per page. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Nothing much. Think you covered everything I wanted to cover? Excellent. Well, thank you for sharing your OCs, Everything Enthusiast. I appreciate it. It was great getting to know Team Golden. And I look forward to the next OCs that you submit as well. But with that, we then move on to Violet Embers, whom I believe redeemed for Bloody. But yeah, oh, right, Nathan, if it's only 1 page of text and the second page is just images, those are fine. Golemine, hello! Okay, sure. Let's go here, let's go here. Get this. Go here. Oh. Okay. So... I'm bringing a teammate of a different character I've shown before. Yeah! Yeah, the text, not tall enough to have art. Fair enough. I also suck when it comes to art as well, so it's... I only have artwork because I commission artwork. Appreciate the Pokemon music, Mac? Yeah! I always put this same music from Glitch City in the background. It's just nice stream background music. So let's go to here. And back to here. All right. So as a reminder, I was asked to remind people of this first. Fern Guard is the team leader. Team gardening theme is real. Yes, she's the one with the dust rake. The three of us that don't suck at art. This is true. Decided to say screw it. I'm actually updating Pelos' sheet. Nice, Magus. That's smart for a second team, but I'm broke right now. Yo, same. Treated as canon. Not an artery story, but one of Fernet or Fern Guard's teammates. Nippa Palmer? No idea if I'm pronouncing that right. Fourth of Team Fernness. Graduated Atlas Academy 2 years pre-fall. One-liner is the scheming sidekick who's always smiling. It will be obvious after reading, if not already. Well, we shall see. Let's see. From a team about ferns, innovation, and alcohol. Nippa is a palm/fern-like plant. That's probably the emblem. His full name sounds like napalm. Ah, the incendiary weapon. The Purple King Palm. So Nippa Palmer. Nipalmer. Nipa? Nipa. I guess I can see that, yeah. Interesting. Purple King Palm. A palm tree with purple trunk. Purple King Palm is... Is that a story or is that an actual tree that exists? Alfred Noble. Father of TNT. Napalm and TNT, huh? Interesting. Team about ferns, innovation, and alcohol, as well as explosive materials. His father's name is Radon, the noble gas. I see. Arnold Palmer equals an alcoholic drink. Team leader's name references Fernet, which is a wine. Got all of explosives? Yeah. Line up a commission. Oh, I was just waiting on that. Nice, Chaos. Not showing the main artwork? Ah, yes. Okay. There we go. Yes, the palm trees. There we go. Completely forgot to switch that over. Thank you for reminding me. With the watering can. Personality. With a friendly composure and a sunny smile, Nipa had fooled his peers into electing him, an unapologetically cunning man, into the student council. He's going to do bad things, isn't he? He enjoys watching the power struggle between student groups and, as an opportunist, twists the school's rules to put enemies in their place. I see. Yeah, so the character that has the smiling face like this, eyes closed, smiling, they're evil. Gin Ichimaru from Bleach, anyone? His fondness for aesthetics lets him get along with his very vain team, but he always manages to direct attention away from himself. Manipulates things from the shadows. Good old puppet master. It's funny you say Gin Ichimaru. We know why we love him. Yeah. Weapon, the Drenched Man. It's a watering can. Dynamic Flail Dusting Can. I see. A watering can that transformed into a spike ball and hose supplied by weather-themed and fire? Weather-themed. What's supplied by weather themed? By weather themed dust and fire dust stored in his raincoat. I understand. Nipa prefers to fight from mid-range, setting allies up for elemental attacks or reactions. Uses his flail when the enemy is vulnerable, but generally avoids melee weapons whenever possible. Semblance Blast Off. For a short time, the exploding element entered For a short time, any exploding element entering his personal space is pushed back. Oh, a blast already going away from him will do so faster. And anything going towards him will be slowed, stopped, or even reversed, depending on the aura invested. It's limited defensively, will not affect sound, nor arrows or bullets, but can propel his watering can's unstable dust contents. Or as a prank, redirect explosions from opened carbonated drinks and uncorked wine. Having it just exploding elements, I think might be a little too vague. If it was specifically like fire and combustion dust, or anything with fire dust elements as part of it, that would make sense. But any exploding element might be a little too generic. Or just dust in general. Can have that as well. Because it's like exploding elements is one thing, and then an open carbonated drinks or uncorked wine, so like a cork flying towards him, that's dealing with momentum at that point. I've only seen it with fire and water, to be honest. Okay. Realized you didn't write Golden's backstories? No, they weren't included on the sheets. I can't see Winter Lightning. Meaning the speed criteria. Not the cork, by the way. Redirect explosions from opened. So, like the actual liquid firing off, that'd still be momentum, though. It'd be the water slash. But that, I'd assume, I don't know what kind of crazy circles one might be a part of, but I would assume that the wine wouldn't have dust in it, though, correct? Yeah, because manipulating momentum of just anything that comes towards him versus specifically exploding elements, or rather dust, I feel like it would need to be a little bit more selective, unless his semblance is literally meant to just repel everything that's around him. Because the aura would need to be selective to something, at least. Any change it to affect kinetic energy or something like that? Yeah, basically repelling shields. Yeah, that would make sense. The Molotov and Palmer Arms Company was founded by two families of inventors from Atlas and Mistral. Naipa, not in line for ownership, shared his father's taste for more artsy projects. He initially enrolled in Atlas Academy for architecture courses and self-defense reasons. He was right in doing so. His father, as well as other targets, perished in a fire started by the White Fang. To his team's alarm, Naipa shifted his career towards weapon building. As it turned out, M&P Arms' true specialty is making weapons of modest destruction. Their wealthy customers waged war against marginalized groups, and eventually, everyone on Naipa will get caught in the crossfire. I see. That's leaning a little bit more into alternate universe territory, which, you know, for the story, makes sense. Balancing the characters for canon. Yeah. So one thing I have noticed is that every character seems to have more than one type of dust. And I get it, they're an Atlas. Dust is a lot more abundant, but just something to consider. But yeah, overall, seems... Love the idea of a watering can that turns into a flail. And then there's more artwork at the bottom. Fern confronting Naipa when a bomb ruins the fourth-year retreat. Yeah, the look of that face is just like, he's happy about the destruction that he caused. He's someone to be feared. He's scary. Yeah. Napa Fern being bullies? Tricking even to oh, Rhea's trying to defuse? Wow. So he's just an asshole. He's bullying people. And, you know, blowing them up afterwards. Wolf in sheep's clothing? Yeah. That's it. Pyro sheep in wolf's clothing. Pyro wolf in sheep's clothing, I think. But yeah. Interesting. Yeah, other things that I mentioned, though. He's just an ass. Yup. Clean student, you have eaten. That's good, Val. What'd you eat? Because sheep are very flammable with all that wool. How far from Canada are these allowed to be? Well, here's the thing. The characters themselves is mainly what I'm evaluating, and if they would fit into canon. When it comes to the overall story that you want to write for your characters, that can be if you want to fit it into canon or fit it into alternate universe. In this case, obviously, if a character is getting involved in wars and supplying, you know, weapons of modest destruction, waged war against marginalized groups, and eventually everyone around Naipo was caught in the crossfire. Like, that kind of thing is a more global scale thing that would have to delve into alternate universe type thing. So it depends on what story you want to write, whether you want it to be for alternate universe, whether you want it to be for canon. It's just the specificity and the context in which I'm reviewing it is important. But yeah, overall, well, I think that covers Naipa. So then you have to specify that it's an AUOC. Yes. Yeah. Other than the couple things I mentioned, I think that covers pretty much everything I wanted to say. Is there anything else that you want me to touch on, Bloody? Anything else that you want me to mention? Yeah, the semblance affecting more of just the kinetic energy rather than exploding elements specifically, but yeah. I think it's fine. He's honestly got no power, and that's why he's a bully. Weapons of modest destruction. Bomb. He has bombs, or is at least in control of bombs. I don't know about no power. I don't know about no power. Maybe he's not, you know, the most combat-oriented character with his watering can, but I feel like he can manipulate things to be powerful enough. Doesn't own the company. It's a large group, but he has ins with the company. What if it's using time that isn't explicitly narrated? Like if canon events occur when they're supposed to, and I alter the past that we never see. How would you name that? That'd be alternate universe. Because the way that you have to consider canon versus alternate universe is if you're writing something for canon, then you have to presume that the events of the RWBY series are happening in the way that they are intended to happen, but also anyone else writing a canon story at that same time, the events of those stories can happen simultaneously. So if you're writing for an area of time that hasn't been explored in the RWBY series, you can't say that something canonically happened in your story because someone else might be writing a story that's set for canon in that time as well. And, you know, if any major events happen in their story, then there'd be conflicting versions of canon, if that makes sense. So obviously, if you're writing for a time where we haven't delved into the RWBY series, then use your best judgment as to what is the likeliest to have happened in canon or what the situation at the time would be. Yeah, that type of thing. But overall, thank you for sharing your character, Bloody. I appreciate seeing more of your creative designs. Should be done? Alrighty. Alright. That's why my short story AU is alternate universe, but canon adjacent. Yeah, because what a lot of people do is they have events that happen in canon, like the fall of Beacon, like maybe the fall of Atlas or Haven or this, that, and the other. Events that have happened in canon, they include in their stories, but then take it in a different direction, which is like canon adjacent, but delving into an alternate universe story, that type of thing. Atlas AU is entirely alternate universe. Yeah, because there can be canon elements within a story, and the characters, or if you choose to go a completely alternate universe story, the characters that you design could be based on the canon power balancing system, you know, a semblance and weapon and everything that would fit into canon RWBY, but then the story that they actually follow, even their backstory, is something completely alternate universe. Plenty of different ways to write OCs. Alrighty, so Chaos is up next. Let's go here. OP, overpowered, or fun alpha grim ideas. Well, this should be interesting. Oh, first one. Alpha apathy, huh? Well then. Well, this is going to be fun. Does the blind worm really need an alpha? That's just it sounds excessive. Made for fun thinking exercise, but curious to see if any can work in RWBY canon. Well, let's see. This is going to be interesting. Alpha apathy, or the life plague. The life plague is a taller version of a regular apathy that is more cognitive, which allows for it to move more quickly and smarter. A unique visual feature of the life plague is bone plating that is shaped to resemble pieces of armor. So kind of like, did the Imp Grim that was part of the Knuckleavi have armor? When life plague is hibernating during the day, it can emit a mist from its body that can help it hide and drain the will of anyone who touches the smoke. During the night, the life plague can grab the weakened people and drain the person's life through eye contact. Whew. Mad Grim Scientist and you went wild. Honestly, the alpha apathy seems like it's something that could work. It seems like that's something that could work, because the apathy, like, they're dangerous as a horde, but not really as a single individual. But if a single individual lived for a long enough time to grow and, you know, evolve, yeah, this sounds like something that could be possible. Honestly, yeah. Yeah, this one kind of does sound like something that'd be plausible in canon, the alpha apathy. Granted, until we get like a confirmation of it, we may. Hopefully we'll see the apathy again. I don't think there's going to be as much of a focus on it as there was in like Volume 6, but hey. Oh boy, the ideas. Yeah, I think a Grim like this, because it's not like overpowered too much. Because like drain a person's life through eye contact. We have like the Grim called the Chill as well, right? That can just possess a person's body and there's no cure to it. There's no way to drive the Grim from the person's body. The only way to kill the Grim is to kill the host that the Grim has latched onto. So, like, you know, having something that can drain a person's life force through eye contact, yeah, I think that would work as, you know, an apathy that's lived for a very long time. Yeah, I think that one works, and interesting idea. I like it. The Alpha Blindworm, or the Rift Titan. Rift Titans are larger, more bone-plated versions of the regular blindworms that can be miles long. Yeah, that one's already probably a bit much. We've not seen a Grim that's that large. Unique feature of the Rift Titan is a more fanged mouth that covers 4 eyes. The Rift Titans have various sets of claws along their body that can attack people when the Rift Titan is above ground, which can retract into the main body when the Rift Titan is burrowing underground. Due to the Rift Titan's size, the Grim is slower than the regular version, but is able to produce Grim liquid and spawn other Grim as it bursts out of the ground. A Dune Worm too much? Probably. We have not seen Grim of that scale before. Now, the question is, the blind worms that we've come to know in the RWBY series, are quite large, easily capable of swallowing people whole. They could already be alpha versions of smaller Grimm. Like, I know the Sentinels exist in Atlas. They're like the Centipede Grimm. The Blind Worms are like biologically different Grimm, but there could be smaller worm Grimm that exist, and the Blind Worms are already like the alphas type thing. Granted, they're probably just larger scale Grimm, somewhere between, you know, like Beowulfs and Beringles and things like that, between the smaller Grimm and, you know, like Leviathan or the Sifei Long and things like that. So they might not need an alpha one, but this alpha would far and away be the largest and probably strongest Grimm that we've seen in the series. So this one, I don't think would be possible. Alpha Sentinel. But we already got the Alpha Sentinel with the Centaur. Sulfuric worms are longer, and their segments are more bloated versions of the regular Sentinel. Similar to the Sentinel, which has extra legs, armor, mouths along its body. Oh, multiple mouths. Due to the extra legs and mouths, the sulfuric worm can move around underground quickly by eating the ground. The extra armor in the sulfuric worm means it struggles to move around above ground for longer periods of time. You can attack the sulfuric worm to do is spit out acid from its mouths. Is just your take on it? Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Giving it extra mouths and more spitting acid capability. I like it. I need to go AFK. I'll be back before your OC. Sounds good. Sounds good, because we have Chaoses and then Romans, and then we'll be opening it up for more. So yeah, interesting take on the Alpha Sentinel. Then the Alpha Nightmare. Screamerition? Screameritions are bigger versions of regular Nightmare Grimm that are about the size of a hand and have more of a beetle/moth appearance, which allows them to fly quickly around and increase their defense. The Screamerition... Yeah, yours is there. Yeah, I know. It'll be Chaos's and then yours, Roman. Yeah. Oh, mine is Roman. Oh, Roman redeemed for you. Oh, okay. I understand. The Screameritions can sprinkle grim matter dust as it flies, which, if inhaled, can cause nightmare hallucinations in a person. Okay. When the Screamerition senses someone with a strong aura, it will latch onto that person and send the person into a nightmare while using its legs to burrow into the person's flesh to control the gross motor skills of the person. Oh God. The Nightmare Grimm doesn't need an alpha version, first and foremost, but this is terrifying. There's no way to expel the Nightmare Grimm, then. It's just burrowing into their brain and using them as a flesh puppet. As well as just torturing them while they're still alive. This is the Sticky Wolf Gremlin? Wow, that's rude. Well, I want to make one. Fair enough. That just, I don't know. That's like something from Alien, just like face hugger, practically. But also the fact that it can just, cause nightmares in a whole bunch of people just by sprinkling the Grim Fairy Dust. I cast GTFO. Oh boy. Alpha Ravager. Okay, the Bell Crypt. Interesting name. Bell Crypts are a larger version of the regular Ravagers and have a set of arms. Oh, so they become like mini wyverns almost. They can stand on their back legs when on the ground. A unique feature of the Bell Crypt is a set of gill-like glands around its neck and under its wings, which can sense the aura of people around it. Interesting. Bell Crypt can emit a sound from its gills that can cancel out most sounds a person can make within the Alpha Ravager's vicinity. This last part I could see as being something that an Alpha Ravager would be capable of. Because we might actually see an Alpha Ravager in Vacuo, because Ravagers are quite plentiful, it seems, in Vacuo. They seem like the Beowulfs of Vacuo, as Beowulfs are to Remnant. You see me getting yeeted, you know why. I see. Now, we haven't seen a Grimm capable of sensing a person's aura, as they always operate off of sensing a person's negative emotions. So that part, I don't know. The emitting a sound wave from its gills that can cancel out most sounds that any person makes within the vicinity, that is something I could easily see because, as I'm sure you know, as I'm sure you base this off of as an enhanced ability, Ravagers are known for their screeching. And considering they're like bat-like Grim, you know, sonar and everything. So that I could see. The Alpha Ravager might be possible in RWBY. Except for like the aura sensing, we can't confirm that because we haven't seen Grim capable of aura sensing since they're just off of negative motions. But the Alpha Ravager has a good idea. Alpha Swindlin. Swindlin. What's a Swindlin Grim? Or is this a unique Grim to your that you created? Or Mosidius. Change the aura part with negative wide emotion searching? Yeah, I think that works. It's just enhanced negative emotion setting. From the Arrowfell game. Oh, it's been a while since I played that game. I have to go back and replay Arrowfell again because I still have yet to make videos on Arrowfell, and I need to do that before we actually get Volume 10. So I've got time, but still something I need to do. And its name is just Mosidius, More Sidious, More Insidious, Mosidius. Mosidius are bigger, more muscular versions of the regular Swindle that is roughly the size of a regular Beowulf. A visual feature of the Mosidius is a bone spike mohawk at the top of their head. Another feature of the Mosidius is a large pouch on its chest, which can use to store hand-sized rocks, which it can throw. Due to the Mosidius' size, it can jump further with larger arcs, as well as carry regular Swindles on its back. Ooh. They look like Goblin Grim. Oh! I think I'm going to look them up right now. I think I remember what they look like. They're like little imps, aren't they? Yeah, they're like little imps. Yeah. Little monkeys. I remember them now. Those little bastards. Okay. Yeah. I mean, honestly, an Alpha Swindlin could just be a Berengal. A bigger monkey. And then the Alpha Teryx. Or the Chain Rex. Larger version of the regular Teryx that resembles the winged T-Rex. It can fly. A unique feature of the Chain Rex is razor-sharp bone scales that can retract and extend from its legs. Even though the wings of the Chain Rex are larger, they can't lift up the mass of the Grim, but they're strong enough to create powerful gusts of wind capable of tossing around vehicles with ease. If an Alpha Teryx could exist, this sounds accurate to what it could be. Gotta prefer D&D? Just be here, not as active? Sounds good, Nix. I hope you enjoy D&D. Have fun. Just want to say imp because the imp was a humanoid part of the Knuckleavi. Ah, it makes sense. Yeah, it is important to distinguish those. How pumped are you that Volume 10 is in early development? Very pumped. I'm excited. Granted, it's just the official confirmation that we got. The moment that Viz Media bought RWBY, that's where my excitement peaked because I knew they were going to work on Volume 10. Or at least I was like 99.9% sure, because you can never be absolutely certain of that. But when that announcement was made, there was an image posted of Team RWBY in the desert of Vacuo. It was pretty obvious that they were going to work on Volume 10. It's just, I can't say with certainty because it hasn't been confirmed, and people on the internet get angry. But, yeah, I'm hyped that Volume 10 is on its way. It's just confirmation of something that I already suspected. Yeah. Overall, interesting Grim ideas, Chaos. The Alpha Apathy definitely seems like something that I could see happening in RWBY. Blindworm, bit much. Sentinel's an interesting take. Nightmare fuel, literally. Ravager could be something that could be seen in RWBY. Swindlin, yeah, I could see it as well. Just a kind of an in-between of the Swindlin and like a Berengal. And the Alpha Teryx might not necessarily be needed, but yeah. Alpha Grims, which one do you think can work in canon and which can't? Work in canon, Alpha Apathy. The Alpha Sentinel probably could work, but we do already have the Alpha Sentinel, so this one's more like an alternate Sentinel. Probably could work. The Nightmare... like, this one... honestly, the Alpha Nightmare... makes more sense the way you described it than the actual Nightmare in Ruby Ice Queendom. Because, like, it actually, like, latches onto people. Granted, there's Geist Grim that can be absorbed into people, so it depends on if the Nightmare is a Grim that actually exists in Ruby or not. That one's dubious. Alpha Ravager could exist. The Alpha Swinlin could exist. The Teryx, yeah, it could exist. But we already have, like, the Wyvern, right? So this would be kind of like just a smaller version of that. So yeah, I think the ones that can exist, Alpha Teryx, Swinlin, Ravager, Apathy, maybe Sentinel, Blindworm, probably not. And the Nightmare, I'd probably lean on the side of probably not. But I don't know. That one's just dubious. Looking at every season, realizing how much writing has changed. Your writing has changed, but that means you made progress, right? Is there anything else you'd like me to touch on, Chaos? Anything like that you'd like me to cover? Anything you'd like me to go over at all in regards to the Alpha Grim ideas? Love all these ideas, though. It's very creative. I love seeing new Grim ideas. They're amazing. I'm still waiting to see a Spider Grim in the Ruby series. That's the one that I've wanted for, like, years now. I can't remember. I think it was probably in the Q&A video that I did long time ago. The Grim that I want to see, though, is a Spider Grim that, you know, large Spider Grim that when you kill it, a whole bunch of small Spider Grim crawl out of it. You know, stuff of nightmares. I think that could be fun. If you see Chaos next to this, you know he's eaten you. Oh, the trebuchet. The catapult. Why is that catapult shaped like a baby's crib, Val? Where did you find that? Why? Because Ruby is a dark place, and that would absolutely make people hate the Grim. It's reviewing Galaxy's OC. So this is an Atlas alternate universe. So in case he doesn't come back for a while, back for when we review his, I can answer any questions you have. All right, sounds good, Nix. Sounds good. That's my idea, but I think everyone has the same idea. Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of people just don't want a Spider Grim to exist in general, but you know. You know the name of the trebuchet? Type in the 1800 yeeting device. I see. That's fair. In the 1800s, they had like a yeeting device that was the size of like a baby cradle. Why are they yeeting the babies? And got presented the cradle. I see. Well, Google, what are you doing? Why? What were they doing in the 1800s? But thank you for sharing your ideas, Chaos. I appreciate it. That was fun. It's a rocker? That does not look like a rocker. Are you kidding me? That is a launching device. That looks like you're gonna pull the cradle down and that baby's going flying. That does not look like a... I can understand how it might have been intended for that initially, but you know the older sibling who's gonna be jealous of the newborn getting all the attention is just gonna pull that down and then let it go. And that baby's just gone. That's how that's gonna end up working. Got another page of Grimoire OC like, oh, nice. The bye-bye baby. Exactly. Eclipse, perfect. You're back just in time. because you are up next. Okay, grab this, go here. The page does go onto 2 pages, but it's like by 1 line, and there's an open line there, so it's like, because like there's this empty line here, and then just it goes onto the 2nd page. That's fine. That's fine. Basically, the updated VRC I had reviewed before. I remember the name Asuna Fontaine, so all good. But yeah, let's increase that a little bit. Characters member of the Atlas alternate universe made by Nyx. Alrighty. Sex female, age 17, semblance lightning flash Asuna. Team Case or Kaze? Asuna Fontaine is the daughter of Maria Fontaine and John Morgan. Maria became pregnant with Asuna, but before she could tell her husband, he exposed their identity as Fontaines, who are known and hated in Vale. Fearing for the safety, Maria left her son Theodore at an orphanage because he looked too much like his father and fled to Mistral. A few months later, she gave birth to Asuna. Didn't see the opening line up there? Yeah. All good. All good. Maria became a singer soon after and quickly gained fame throughout Mistral. Asuna admired her mother deeply and began practicing singing herself. When she turned 15, she joined her mother for her first performance. Over the next 2 years, she regularly performed with Maria. After each show, Asuna would listen to stories from huntsmen and huntresses about their battles with Grimm and the people they had saved. Inspired by these tales, Asuna begged her mother to let her enroll at Haven Academy. After weeks of pleading, Maria finally agreed, and Asuna began attending Haven. At Haven, Asuna was placed on Team Kaze. Since Asuna had never attended a combat academy before, she had not crafted a weapon. With Shinon's help, she forged her own, a lightning dust-infused rapier, which she left unnamed at the time. Later that year, during the Vital Festival, Asuna encountered another rabbit faunus with the same last name, Theodore Fontaine. During a break between matches, the two called Maria, who revealed the truth. Asuna and Theodore were siblings. She also shared the story of her grandfather and the infamous Fontaine family name. After the call, Asuna made an oath. She would not end up like her grandfather or father. She vowed to remain pure and walk the path of good, even if it cost her her life. To honor this promise, she finally named her weapon Blood Oath, a reminder of the vow she made that day. Okay, makes sense. The only thing I have to say, based on this, is, and I think I might have mentioned this last time, is she has 0 training upon enrolling at Haven Academy. I'm pretty sure, at least as far as we've seen, it's pretty established that to enter the Huntsman Academies, those are essentially like universities of Remnant. You need some form of combat experience to enter into them. Because given the initiation, no combat experience, not having aura or semblance, not even having a weapon forged, and you're launched into the Emerald Forest where Grimm are roaming around. You know, although Ozpin does take on the God, what's the word that I'm looking for? He follows the teaching thought of, like, some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. But I cut that bit out to make it smaller since it had 2 pages. Okay, so she does have some combat training, just no crafted weapon. So she's not really using her own personal weapon at that point in time. She just has, like, a sword or something. Okay, so if she does have some training before Haven Academy, then she'd be able to make it in. Because I know that, like, Ozpin is like, yeah, it's dangerous. Some of you might actually die in this initiation, but he would only admit people to the school that actually have some combat experience. You need a diploma or GED to get in, essentially? Not necessarily, because Blake was able to get in. She never attended a combat school. She went straight from, being in the White Fang to entering into Beacon Academy. But she had the skills to back up what she said. She had to go through some external evaluation rather than having, credentials from a combat school. If you are entering without having gone to a combat school, you'll have to probably have some extra examination to enroll. Or just do what John did and fake your transcripts. Headmaster Oz Squad. Yes. A friend of her mother helped her train and gave her a temporary weapon to use. Okay. Perfect. As long as you thought of that, then I think she seems pretty well thought out. Yeah. Pretty well thought out. I love the naming scheme of the Blood Oath, the Lightning Flash, obviously inspired by Asuna from Sword Art Online, but you've made the character your own. Given her inspiration, made sure that the naming scheme comes in for things related to her own story. Yeah. Farbit. Oh, God. So Maria never attended a school, but she passed the test for her huntsman license because of her training with her father. Okay, nice. Yeah, and that works. If you have someone to train you outside of attending a combat school, then you can absolutely make it in. Might still be a bit behind anyone who did train at a combat school because they've had 4 years of dedicated training with their, forged weapon, but yeah. Yeah. Honestly, seems pretty good. Is there anything that you'd like me to comment on in particular? Anything you'd like me to touch on? Any questions you have? Because yeah, I remember when you submitted before about son Theodore, and I'm guessing Theodore and Asuna are like, what's the age difference between Theodore and Asuna? Because the Vital Festival tournament, 1 year age difference. Okay, perfect. That's perfect then. So during the Vital Festival tournament then, Theodore would be a second year, Asuna would be a first year. Perfect. Because as far as what makes sense in the RWBY series, and as far as what we've seen, the Vital Festival tournament is actually only held for first and second year teams. Third and fourth year teams, it would not make sense for them to be in the Vital Festival tournament. I'm going to make a video on this at some point. I'm planning on it when my OC story eventually gets to the Vital Festival tournament, but it just doesn't make sense for third and fourth year teams to be included in the Vital Festival tournament, because if that is the case, then how the hell was Team RWBY, Team Juniper, and Team Sun all able to make it to the finals? Their third and fourth year teams, they would just absolutely stomp all of the first and second year teams. I don't care how gifted Team RWBY is, or how gifted Pyrrha is when they're up against people who have an extra 4 years of combat experience. Age and skill does not matter. Yes, he did. I don't believe that's the case, and it doesn't make sense. Flat out. It just doesn't. Because, yeah. What do you think of Minotaur-inspired Grim? Ooh, that'd be fun. Fire OC Arya Monroe in the Vital Festival singles bracket. Nice. Different divisions, maybe? Yeah, if there were different divisions, then that would be perfectly fine. But having first-year students, like Team RWBY, like Team Juniper, go up against fourth-year students, like the fourth-year team would absolutely stomp them. And out of all of the teams that we have seen in the Vital Festival tournament, we know, like, Team Auburn, Team Bronze, Team Indigo, Team Sun, Team Coffee, all of them are still at Shade Academy 2 years later. They are now fourth years when they were second years at most during the Vital Festival tournament. Every team we've been introduced to in the Vital Festival tournament has either been a first or second year team. So it makes sense that the Vital Festival tournament is only for first or second year teams. First year teams were put up against other teams of similar skill level. Remember, there were multiple winners of each individual bracket, meaning that the third year teams could have been put up against each other. Same with fourth years. That would not really make too much sense, because there were 8 finalists. So they were all in the same bracket, right? There's 8 finalists that go into single combat. And then the doubles rounds, there were 16 teams that got whittled down to 8, and so there had to be 32 teams at the beginning. If you only pit fourth years against fourth years, third years against third years, first years against first years, second years against second years, then by the time you get to the single elimination bracket, then there's 2 fourth years, 2 third years, 2 first years, 2 second years. That also doesn't fit with what we saw, because the finalists that we have seen is Yang and Pyrrha, who are both first years. Then we have Sun and Penny, who are second years. And then there's Mercury, and then 3 unnamed characters. So unless you're saying Mercury was masquerading as a third year or higher, then maybe, but like either way, if you have 2 each of first, second, third, and fourth years, the fourth years are going to stomp. That's going to be very unbalanced. That would not be a good way to host a tournament, in my opinion. Plus, within the world of Remnant, considering how many students, especially upper year students, are sent out on missions that are requested of the Academy to go help people, it would make sense. And plus, with Ozpin and the headmasters all knowing that Salem exists, that the relics are housed at each of the academies, it would make sense that you would keep most, if not all, of your third and fourth year teams back at the academies to protect the academies, to continue going out on missions. Don't really have any questions? Okay, well, thank you for sharing your character, Alex. I appreciate it. Or Eclipse Onyx. I appreciate it. Because, it's always fun. Yeah, it is. I always love seeing new characters, or rather even updates to characters. But with the Vital Festival tournament, it just makes more sense for third and fourth years to be held back at the schools. Remember Mercury fought Coco and Yatsu second years, then Merc fought Yang first year? Yep. So that's why I've always thought that Emerald and Mercury were masquerading as second year teams, first or second year teams. Not to mention, in Volume 2, Squizzers are a good way to benchmark skill overall. Yes. And I agree with that. And that's why it wouldn't make sense to pit first years against fourth years, because the fourth years, on average, would be way higher skilled than the first years. So it just doesn't make sense to pit them all against each other. First and second years, sure, they can be. They would likely have a comparable amount of skill. I don't think school year is a good way. Oh. But it's the Vital Festival tournament. Every school and academy is going to be picking the best and brightest teams of each year that they have. So, yeah, the fourth year teams are going to be the best fourth year teams that each school has available. No matter how good the first year teams are, they're not going to stand up to fourth year teams. I'm sorry, that's just... Vital Festival tournaments every year, so it would suck to be a first year against second years and not be eligible ever again. Separate tourney for third, fourth years makes sense. It does, and maybe that is the case, but I also think that keeping the third and fourth years back at the academies makes more sense as well, because then they actually can stay and defend the kingdom, still go out on missions, and since they're much closer to graduation, it makes more sense that they would actually be sent out into the world to gain that real life experience, to prepare them for what is to come when they eventually graduate and become full-fledged huntsmen and huntresses. That just makes more sense to me. And sure, like first year against second years and never be eligible ever again, assuming that all schools choose teams, or do they register themselves? All schools choose teams. That's what was stated in the volumes of RWBY. Is that Team RWBY and Juniper were selected as representatives of Beacon. I'm pretty sure that they were selected. That Glinda told them that they were selected. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Glinda had said that you are selected to represent Beacon. because there's only so many teams that can be in the Vital Festival tournament. As I mentioned, there's 8 finalists, so the previous round had to have 16, and the previous round before that had to have 32. Now, if we're assuming all 4 years are together, that it's first versus second versus third versus fourth years, then that means at most there is 8 teams per year across 4 academies. That is absolutely not every student that exists at the academies. Also, Team Cardinal was also in the tournament as well. That's another first-year team. Tidbit around the Atlas AU. I think they're selected, but you can sign up to be on the list of those selected. Exactly, and I'm sure you could opt out of it as well. 3rd and 4th year teams exchange with other academies while the tournament is going on, and that might be the case as well. They exchange with other academies to get that wider experience, because we did see the exchange happen in Volume 2 before the actual tournament started in Volume 3. And they would go out on missions and help the other academies, but this is also another reason why I don't think 3rd and 4th year students are at the academies, or at the Vital Festival tournament themselves, because you're concentrating all of your students at one academy. If all of the 3rd, 4th, 2nd, and 1st year students, like all of the students of the academies, are sent over to Beacon in Vale, then Haven's going to be a lot less defended. Same with Atlas, same with Vale, same with Shade. So time flying. It's 4:30 a.m. already. Yeah. So that each year had 40 to 80 students at initiation per academy, which would make sense. And then, you know, that's 10 to 20 teams per year. And even if it is just 10 teams per year, there's 4 academies, which means 40 teams per year across Remnant are introduced. And the Vital Festival tournament can have 32 teams. So if it's 1st and 2nd years that are entered into the tournament, then that's 80 teams that they have to choose 32 of. So you're probably choosing 8 from each academy, 4 from each year. That would make sense. Because if you're selecting from all 4 years, then that's now 160 different teams that you have to choose from. And you're choosing 8 again from each academy and 2 from each year? I don't know. Because let's be honest here, and this is another point that I just remembered. If they are choosing from all 4 years of the academy, then why in God's name did Beacon choose 3 first-year teams? Team RWBY, Team Juniper, and Team Cardinal. Why was Team Cardinal ever in selection? Why? Sure, Team RWBY's the favorites. Team Juniper has Pyrrha. Okay, I can understand why they would be the first-year team selected, but why would you choose Team Cardinal over a second-year team, over a third-year team, and especially over a fourth-year team? There is zero reason to do that. Now, of course, I'm sure that the easy explanation is because, well, they didn't want to animate new models for Team Cardinal to replace Team Cardinal in Volume 3. Yeah, character models. Plot. Surprise Cardinal got in. Sounded like they needed people to fill the show. Yeah, it's because of character models. That's the reason. But to make that make sense lore-wise, limiting the Vital Festival tournament to just 1st and 2nd years, or having the different divisions, is the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Sure, like, I get why it's behind the scenes, but you have to make it make sense within the universe as well. You can't just say, oh yeah, behind the scenes things. No, it needs to make sense in universe. Cardinal's a pretty terrible team compared to Team RWBY and Juniper. Like, they're pretty average. Like, they still all made it into Beacon Academy on their own merits, but Pyrrha soloed the entire team. They shouldn't be making it into the Vital Festival tournament, and yet they did. Shouldn't have made it. Pyrrha could 1v4 them and win. Exactly. So that's why, and again, it hasn't been confirmed, but my headcanon is that the Vital Festival tournament is only for 1st and 2nd year teams. And maybe there is a second division that's never been mentioned, but it doesn't make sense to send all your best students from each and every year over to one academy for an extended period of time. Look how long that Sun was in Beacon Academy. He was there for months, more than an entire term. So I don't think each of the academies are going to send their best and brightest of every single year over to one academy for like 6 months. or longer. It would make sense to keep the 3rd and 4th years back so that they could still do missions, so that they could continue their training to go out into the world and be huntsmen and huntresses. Could be the 3rd and 4th years are more likely to on the protection missions while the tournament is happening. See, that's exactly it, Val. That's exactly it. They're more than likely out doing missions because people in Remnant are still going to need help. The academies are sent numerous missions that the academies send out teams on. Not only as training exercises for the teams, but it also helps out Remnant and likely helps supply a budget for the schools in and of themselves, because the reward for those missions, maybe a portion of it is given to the students, but a large portion of it would be given to the schools to help fund them. Actually, that brings us to the end of our current list of RWBY OCs after this tangent that we went on. So, the 10 slots that have been that were initially available for the OC review have been completed. And so, on the other hand, they get prepped when they graduate, though. How do you mean they get... This would be their preparation for graduating. So now, I will open up 10 more slots for the RWBY OC redemptions. So if there is anyone else who would like to have their OC reviewed on stream, you can do so now. You got one? Alrighty. Alright, Chaos is up next. Then Arcana. Ved. Alrighty. Got a few more to review. Arcana again. These have only whiny, lazy kids with a huntsman license. Well. Oh, and Ved with a second one and a third one. Nathan, you got one as well? Alrighty. Don't think I'm going to be able to redeem the new Palace update today. No worries, Magus. No rush for it, right? Got one with 3 pages. Ah, okay. Alright, alright. Sounds good. Chaos was the first to redeem, so I'll go over his first. More Grim ideas. Ah, these are just original Grim. Okay, okay. How small did you make this font? It's all your current Grim ideas. Okay, I look forward to reading them. Let's go here. And go here. All right. The Crab Grim. Pascapods. Pascaferries? Gonna be lurking the stream? Sounds good, Captain Gaming. Thank you for the support. Pascapods are crab-like Grim that look like Tasmanian giant crabs that are about 4 feet tall, beak crabs, that can shoot high-pressure water blasts out of their pair of large claws. They live in various clusters along the coasts in all 4 of the kingdoms, burying themselves under the water, or under the sand, so they can easily... Okay, under the water, so they can easily absorb water to instantly attack prey. Pascaferries are an alpha version that are usually 4 times bigger than the regular Grim, 16 feet tall, and look more sphere-shaped, ball crab, in addition to having larger main claws to increase the power range of their water blast. The alpha has additional eyes that allow it to see all around, 360-degree vision. The Grim can shoot out either ice shards or boiling hot water depending on the type of environment it's grown in. Okay, okay. Can you cook that Grim? Unfortunately, probably not, because Grim, once they die, they disappear. There are big sand crabs, though. Sand crabs do exist in the RWBY series that are just large crabs, bigger than the Grim crab. Those ones you can cook. Currently playing Death Stranding, nice. And a crustacean crab. Or crustacean crab, oh my god. Crustacean Grim. Like crustacean as in lobster? Grabless can refield. Grabless are crustacean-like Grim that look like white disc plates. which can attach to larger Grimm and act like extra bone plates for the bigger Grimm. So, like, clams? Kind of? Mollusks? They can also be found along coasts in all 4 of the kingdoms and in caves along the coast. If people wander into the Grimm's habitat, they will attack the trespassers with ambush tactics. When they latch onto people, the Grimm will feed off of the person's negative emotions, whilst they slowly eat them alive. As they eat, the Grimm will grow and multiply over the person. Similar to a barnacle? Yeah. But if there's a cow Grimm, could you milk it? I'm gonna go with probably not. Because if there was a cow Grimm, whatever it shot from its udders would not be something that you'd want to ingest. Chaos, the Grilk? Oh, God. Keith made that? Oh, no. The question that keeps me up at night? No. No. But I'm gonna guess no. No, you can't. Because any Grimm liquid that would exist outside of Grimm turns into other Grimm. The early stream? Yeah, it's the OC stream. I blame Keith, I see. It's as bad as it sounds, I can imagine, so... Oh, God. Refilled is the alpha version of the Grapplisk, which can be as big as ships. That's... excessive. With the strongest bone plates of any Grimm in Remnants, able to shrug off all but the highest caliber of attacks with no serious damage. However, due to its large size, it is very slow on land, so it lives on the seafloor and attacks ships, but latching onto the bottom of ships and eating its way through. Now, I will point out that alpha versions of Grimm are generally slightly larger versions of whatever Grimm they are an alpha of. This seems like quite the disparity between the regular Grapplisk and then the Refilled. That seems like a very large disparity in size. Because if the regular Grapplisks could be used as extra bone plating for larger Grimm, that implies that they are, like, you know, baseball size, maybe frisbee size type things. But then going from that to the size of a ship is quite the jump. Hanson, hello! How it goes? Make it more Beowulf size? Yeah, I think that'd be fine. And they'd still be able to, like, it depends on how, like, what the size of the grapple is, because we see the size of, like, an alpha Beowulf compared to a Beowulf, or the Centaur versus the Sentinel Grimm, or the Alpha Geist, that's the one I was trying to think of. The Alpha Geist compared to a regular Geist. Like, they're just slightly larger. So, in this case, I don't know if you'd want to go, like, rather than, like, a Frisbee size, like, go to the size of, like, if it's, like, let's say it's the size of a human head, maybe go the size of, like, a human torso. And it could still eat its way through ships at that point, right? RWBY brother getting straight. Oh, okay. Any RWBY news? Volume 10 is confirmed, Hanson. Volume 10 is in the early stages of writing and planning. So, yeah, RWBY is here to stay. But yeah, I hope the remake goes well for you. But yeah, there's RWBY to look forward to. It's probably still going to be, like, I'm going to say 2 years or more until we actually get Volume 10, but it is confirmed to be happening. We are absolutely getting more. So, it's good news. It is good news. Octopus Grimm. Costopus are octopus-like Grimm that have sacs of clear acidic gel in their main body, which can stick to anything they touch, as well as the spikes at the end of their tentacles. No suction cups? These Grimm live in the seas of Remnant, remaining motionless and allow ocean currents to carry them. Besides attacking people or ships with its tentacles, the Grimm can also grab people and stick them onto its gel sacs and dissolve them while feeding off negative emotions. Ooh. Get the Wyvern pack tactics? Oh god, no. How bigger these things. If they can grab people and then stick them to their sacks, this implies like Kraken-sized Grim, which I could see as being possible in the RWBY series. Leviathan exists. There needs to be a big octopus for them to have the giant kaiju battle against. A Gecko Grim, Skorko, or the Charsire. Skorkos are small, gecko-like Grim that have bone plating except for its no bone plating except for its claws. It's allowed to be very nimble and lightweight. It can use its claws for attacking, latching onto enemies. They live in forests with yearly warm weather or deserts of vacuole. Okay, I can see it. Charsire is an alpha version of the Skorko Grim that are larger and have bone plating over the body, and have plated flaps near their faces like a frilled lizard, which can open up when threatened. When Charsire attacks, it will either latch onto its victims, use its claw, use its claws to remain attached to it, or will open its plated flaps around the faceplate to protect its body as it spits out fire projectiles. Yeah, I can see that. Hopefully it locks onto the Cosmopolis size. It'd likely be a bigger one if it could grab people and stick them onto itself. But yeah, the Gecko Grim seems like a small Grim that would just be annoying and terrifying to deal with. And then Crocodile Grim. All aquatic or lizard Grim, I see. Slip Teeth. Ooh, I like that one. Flowjaw, that's a good name too. Slip Teeth are crocodile-like Grim that live in or around swamp areas, as well as deep lakes and rivers. Visually, the Grim has a very long tail, which is as long as its body and bone plate segments on its body, mouth, and face. Under the plates, the Grim's body is very slippery, which allows the Grim to defend against blunt physical attacks. Grim can also spit smoke from its mouth as a broad close-quarter spray. Also helps it slip away if it's ever in danger. Flowjaws are alpha versions of Slip Teeth, which are larger versions that are more muscular, with thicker, longer legs, and the tail has spiked tips at the end. Flowjaws tends to move around, standing upright on its tail. Oh, what? Tends to move around standing upright on its tail. How? Which allows it to use its legs and arms to fight threats. That just... all that makes me envision is an alligator trying to stand on its tail and just sitting there with its short, stubby arms trying to punch people. Baby size than adult size? Yeah, it makes sense. I don't know. Move around standing upright on its tail. That... I don't know. Like, I don't doubt that it'd be able to do that, per se. I just don't know if that'd be exactly threatening. Because, I mean... crocodile and alligators aren't exactly known for their, long-reaching limbs. Kangaroo technique, except the kangaroos at least use their tail and attack with their legs, but they have long legs. Crocodiles don't. They got them short, stubby toes. I don't. I'd love to see it just to have the character, anyone fighting against it be like, okay, but why? It could be that it thinks it's threatening. It's making itself bigger, but it's really just not. Very muscular tail. Make the croc a rocket. Oh god, it's a spring tail. So it just condenses itself down and then launches itself. Some serpentmen elements. I see. Crocodile version of a T-pose. But I mean, that could be something where it just kind of uses its tail as a spring, so it, scrunches its tail down and then uses its extra muscular body to launch itself at its enemies and then use its jaw to latch on, which is, what a crocodile is known for, is its jaw strength, rather than its gimpy little arms. Titanoboa. I feel like I've heard of that. It's a snake, obviously. Does it do that? Does it... oh, yeah, snakes do coil themselves in and then launch themselves outwards when they strike. Yeah, that could work. One thing I hope we see in Volume 10 is a more artificial Grim like the Seer. Yeah, the Seer is one of your favorite Grim. I hope we do see more Grim that Salem herself has created that are not naturally occurring, or rather that the God of Darkness thought of. Because the Seer Grim 100% was created by Salem. Same with Monstra. Same with the Barangles with wings, but that's just combining aspects of other Grim. Yeah. change for more spring pounce attacks. I think so. I think that would work best for the Crocodile Grim. Gecko Grim is fine. Octopus Grim, once you figure out the size, I think that one would be fine. Crustacean Grim, that one, the size of the alpha compared to the regular one is the thing that should be considered. And then the Crab Grim seem fine as well. Yeah. It doesn't arc. Don't know if I've done it IRL. Nothing more scary in the game than extremely angry, slinky, approaching Mach 10. Yeah. Yeah, snakes can do that too in IRL. They can be quite fast. And then they coil themselves up and attack. So what has the cat been doing? He's just disappeared. But yeah. Anything else you'd like me to touch on, Chaos? Love the Grim ideas. Love the creativity. I want to put more, like, of my original Grim ideas into my own OC story, but I'm trying to be as canon as possible, so I'm not, but I love seeing other Grim ideas. Imagine the octopus grabs you and talks about his Lord and Savior Salem. Talks about his Lord and Savior Cthulhu. Have you heard the good word that Cthulhu can bring? The whispering octopus. But yeah. Fun fact, work on the changes. All right, sounds good. Fun fact, a cat reaction time is faster than a snake, usually. Well, I can't say that's the case for my cat, per se, but I don't doubt it, because cat-like reflexes is a term for a reason, I would imagine, at least, right? I guess that might just not apply to orange. All right, so Arcana is up next. And Arcana, there's RWBY OC Review the Sisters. Okay. Let's go here. Okay. Hydrate. I should say the story part I've been stuck on for ages, so don't expect much there. No worries, Arcana. No worries. If you have any questions that you know my opinion on, I can or chat's opinion on as well, I can happily answer if you have anything you want to ask. Maybe they just walk in while holding the stakes and snoot? Maybe. All right. So, let's switch over to here. Go here. So, we have Team Odyssey. Illusions, the Sons of Sparta. Let's increase this size a little bit here. Can do one more. Yeah. Sons of Sparta, Devil May Cry, Dante and Virgil. Okay. I'm not familiar with Devil May Cry outside of the... God, I want to say like 2010 anime. I think it's getting a new anime. But, regardless, I'm not too familiar with it. Name Sylvie Akatsuki, the Silver Dawn, and Emberlyn Dusk. Ember and Lynn. Love the names. Ember, an English name, it means glowing ashes, while Lynn, a Welsh name, it means lake. Ooh. 5'7", 5'9". I love that you color-coded this. That makes it so nice. Race, human, and then Faunus, the bearded dragon. Tails, as long as her whole body. That's a big tail. Gender, both female, age 21 and 22. This seems to be the same weapon. Okay. I'll leave that there for now. Sylvia's reinforced custom katana. It did get a new anime. Okay. That's what you have with both color? Yeah, makes sense. I appreciate it. Makes understanding it a lot easier. Subweapon, the Blood Mother's weapon. A dagger with the ability to change into a sword using dust to make the blades. Oh. When the weapon transformed, the Dust Blade was not triggered. It could be used as a parry dagger. Some weapons can be trapped, but triggering the blade when weapon is locked in his jaws. Okay. So I'm guessing, like, this is just to make the blades and use the effect. Okay. So this is the dagger, right? Dual pistols revolver. This is a dual pistol with a short underblade with a clip built into it. Clips are made for a larger blade joint, which is normally still in its holster if it's not in the weapon already. Sub-weapon, she has a light frame at the end of her tail. A light frame? It has 2 hooked blades on the end. Okay, so that's extra utility just to use her tail and make it a little bit more deadly. Okay, I like that. Not every huntsman or huntress needs a sub-weapon, but if there's like history along with it, like being the mother's weapon, or her blood mother's weapon, or, you know, using the faunus trait and just, you may as well. She's going to attack with her tail anyways. Yeah. Yep. And the already made so far, still looks good to explain the weapon. And I'm guessing, obviously, based on the coloring of it, the blade is made of hard light dust. So I assume when we get to some of the story that there's going to be some connection to Atlas for the blade to have hard light dust. Weaponizing the trait, love to see it. I agree. He is great. That's exactly why I put the blades on Seraphina's wings. So that she mainly uses it for defense, but there's some offense with it. Semblance Overdrive. Semblance Overdrive works by her aura removing the limit on her brain and keeps the human body in check, not overdoing itself. Oh, limiting or shutting down the brain's bioelectric signals, thereby weakening or shutting down, effectively removing its lock. This boosts speed and strength of her whole body, but there's a reason the body puts those limiters on. Adrenaline is triggered as soon as the ability is triggered, which dulls her ability to feel pain. Excessive or prolonged use of the semblance will strain her heart. Excessive power use will backfire on her body, even with aura reinforcing her body. Yep, normally will make her tired faster. That's the exact downside I was expecting of a semblance like that. Yep. It's meant to be ice. Oh, blade history still missing. Okay, makes sense. Okay, an ice dust blade. Interesting. You'd need to reinforce it with a fair bit of aura to make an ice blade actually work in RWBY. I'm not saying it can't work, but it'd be much more fragile than a blade like of actual metal. Someone says pistol, clip magazine, and need a minute to realize they mean modern pistol. Yeah. Ice is very brittle. Yes. So super adrenaline, exactly. Okay, second semblance needs name. Or it needs a name, is what I'm guessing you mean. Or is that the semblance name in and of itself? Just needs name. Kinetic absorption. Works by absorbing any kinetic/vector force that comes in contact with her aura when triggered. Okay. When taken, the force runs around her aura, slowly draining it until it's released or her aura breaks. The more force she holds, the faster her aura drains. Okay. She can add this force to anything she touches or herself to boost speed. When releasing the force, she does not have to add her own to it, e.g. using the force to turn a poke into a hard blow. Active kinetic absorption. Okay. So it's just absorbing and releasing kinetic energy. So it's similar to Yang and Adam's semblance, but Yang, whereas, you know, she's taking the damage to her aura and turning that into power. Adam's absorbing kinetic energy through his blades and then being able to use that. This is a similar thing. I guess the trade-off is that it seems like this semblance would be draining his aura or her aura faster than what Adam's does, because she's keeping the kinetic energy within her aura until she releases it. Yeah, both are active type semblances. And she would have to activate her semblance for her to be able to absorb the kinetic energy. Yeah, as long as it's balanced properly, I think that works. As for the name for the semblance, I'm gonna guess that it's gonna be something Devil May Cry related, and I don't have the knowledge of Devil May Cry to be able to come up with a semblance name, or to help you with a semblance name, unfortunately. Wish I could help, though. Inertia. Yeah. Story idea. Sylvie was picked up by Emberlyn, Mother Silica, the winged crow. Ooh. When she was returning from a job. This made Sylvie the human, the new little sister. Sylvie was quiet and always holding on to Silica. Aww, close sisters. As the new home of the Vacuo Desert scared her. Unlike Emberlyn, who loved the desert and the danger of it, Silica never talked about Sylvie. Sylvie's past, not wanting to get in the way of her new life. Ah, I see. So Sylvie never talked about her past to Silica, I'm guessing. Emberlyn gained her aura at the same time as Sylvie from training with her family. But Sylvie's semblance never came up, unlike her older sister. It was not until the day the Grimm attacked the clan. Sylvie was forced to go out and save Emberlyn when she ran out to help her family fight against her father's word? Against her father telling her not to. Okay. When Sylvie tries to save Emberlyn, she triggers her semblance and it damages her legs from the burst of speed and the amount of brute force she had to make just to get her to move from being frozen and scared. But she was able to kill the Beowulf with her Blood Mother's dagger. Okay. So we could not feel the damage done to her leg from the adrenaline, but still struggled as her leg would give out under her. This made both the need to be saved by Silica as she used her wings to protect them as she got them out to a safe place. Emberlyn loved to fight, and she found Sylvie's speed amazing, but Sylvie could not help but feel that she was still weak. Yes, she saved her sister, but became useless in the process without understanding why. After the clan got back together and training went back to normal, her mother learned about Sylvie's semblance and was strongly against it when learning how damaging it was to her own body. But Sylvie saw it differently and wanted to learn how to use it. Yep, like Piers' semblance. Yeah. Better 30 minutes of a boss fight in the hardest difficulty. Died like 3 times, but you got there in the end, right? 14k feathers, you had to have several pages? Yeah. Either you can always submit a page at a time, or give the Cliff Notes version, or just save up to submit all of them at once. Per Ultra? Yeah. But yeah. Overall, I think as long as the kinetic absorption is balanced, I think everything's pretty good. As you mentioned, you're still working out the story ideas, but for the most part, it seems like you have a lot of the major points there. How Sylvie was adopted by Emberlyn and her mother Silica, found family, moved to Vacuo. They each have their differences. Emberlyn likes fighting, Sylvie does not. Yeah. Yeah, seems good. I have to say for a bit, 28k short of submitting 2 pages. All good. Plenty of time to save up. No rush. It's always going to be more OC reviews. Always going to be more. I have no plans to stop doing them at all. Ugh. Is there anything else you'd like me to touch on, though? Arcana, is there anything else you'd like me to go over? Any questions you may have? Whoa. Oh, I hear the meow. Yeah, 4 to 5 months? Yeah. Though it's enough time to grind it. That's exactly why. If you ain't in school? Fair. What's up? You got something to say? What's the matter? Why you come in screaming and yelling? What? What's the matter? can I help you? Hmm? Kitty wants attention? Apparently. He left of his own volition for like the past hour, hour and a half. Lord has returned. Well. Yeah, he's returned with a lot to say, apparently. What? What? Is that the Sylvie hates fighting? She'll become more battle hungry with time? Will she actually become battle hungry or just more accustomed to battle and willing to fight? Because battle hungry is very different than, you know, tolerating fighting and, you know, being willing to fight for a cause. Because battle hungry is something separate. So it's just, you gotta, yeah. But yeah, is there anything else you'd like me to comment on? Anything else you'd like me to cover? Meow. Meow. Yes, buddy. Hmm? Yes. Yes. She want more power and fight again to protect her family, to protect herself. Okay. That's a good motivation. That makes sense with, you know, the character that you're creating here. Because her becoming battle hungry, something drastic would have to shift for that to happen. Especially since Emberlin's the one who likes fighting. But yeah, but more willing to, like, protect herself. How do I name my weapons? Generally using the inspiration, and I try to name the weapons after that. Like for Seraphina Vermilion, her inspiration is Icarus, and that's the name of her weapon. That one's not that creative. For Zelina, her inspiration is Medusa, and her weapons names are Stheno and Euryale, which are the Medusa's siblings. For Piers, his inspiration is Scylla and Charybdis, and I can't remember the name of his weapons off the. Oh, Messina's Bane is the name of his weapons, which the Messina Strait is where Scylla and Charybdis were located in Greek mythology. So, you know, I generally use just the inspiration to come up with weapon names. Some are pretty straightforward and simple. Others can be a little bit more of a deep cut. But I generally try to use the inspiration. You don't have to, but I like trying to tie it in. Because, yeah, I noticed your weapons don't actually have names yet, yeah. Last one is a super cool name. Thank you! Yeah, Icarus is the kind of a plain name. Stheno and Euryale, sure, fits with Medusa, but Messina's Bane is one I like. And give it a shot? All right. Because I do have other weapon names, but they haven't been revealed yet in the story, so I can't comment on them right now. But I hopefully will soon. But yeah, thank you for sharing your characters. It was fun to go over Emberlin and Sylvie and learn a little bit more about their story. Yes, hi, buddy. All right. And with that, we next have Ved. Name for large gum? Oh, loud noise. Thunder, but Japanese. Kaminari. There you go. One of your thoughts on the story, but it's not there, really. So next time, hopefully? Sure. Sounds good, Arcana. I look forward to it. Put work in Discord. All righty. Ah, okay. So there's the artwork. Then let's just clean this up a little bit. Okay. So the Devourer. That's a hell of a name. Alrighty. So we can go here. We can go here. Okay. Let's go. You have a high school reunion to attend. Have fun, Captain. Yeah. Enjoy. All right. Next up is Veds OC. And we have artwork by Mara the Bunny. Let's go back here. All right. The Devourer. Is that the epithet that she was given? Or this is kind of like an epithet you just have for the character? Because it's a hell of an epithet. Name Suren Messalina. Suren? Birthday February 17th, 22, female. Piranha Faunus. Ooh, interesting. Oh. I'm just seeing those spiked weapons. I love that. Height 5'3", 98 to 115 pounds. Hair color black, eye color violet. Purple aura. Okay. Your OC help with it to help ID your OCs. Okay, cool. The Devourer being a Piranha Faunus. It's nice. And then the emblem. I can pull that up in a separate image as well. Yeah. Emblem just being teeth. It fits. B rank Huntress. I can't remember on the Huntsman licenses because we've seen very few. Are Huntsman and Huntresses actually ranked? Obviously, they have levels of clearance and levels of missions that they're able to take on, but were we actually given numerical ranks? Or alphabetical ranks? In my head, yeah, it makes sense. There would have to be ranks of some sort, so having it be like D through A and then S, that would make sense. Well, we'll get to her Faunus trait, I'm sure. Personality, description. Yeah, I'm sure when we get to description, there'll be... RWBY now is A, Crow is S. I'd feel like Crow would be either double S or triple S. Because there has to be a level, an extra level of division, I think, between Team RWBY and Crow, because Crow is like supposed to be the best of the best. Inner circle of Ozpin, the one trusted to go out and scout Salem's enemies. Need 100k for next review? Well, I'm gonna be here. I'll be on Twitch. Well, there's plenty of time to save up points. Officially. Ah, I see. Weapon is Gluttony's Maw. That's a good name for a weapon. It's a pair of bladed gauntlets that can launch barbed hooks to either act as grappling hooks to help Suren traverse up large cliffs, buildings, or similar terrain, or to latch onto people, and reel them into her, or vice versa. Allow her to use her semblance on them. But that's not the only way she could latch onto people. There are 3 blades on each gauntlet, arranged one at the top, 2 at the bottom corners. They're designed to lunge forward and grab and trap the target in a painful vice. Yeah, that would in fact be painful. Are those claws, those 3 claws, not in and of themselves the grappling hook that launch out? Hooks are located underneath the forearms and triggered near the pointer fingers. Yeah. Another thing, it's not in use. The pair look like any normal gauntlets. Ah, so these collapse back into the gauntlets. Yeah. Baby size common version for your cost of a scrim. Would imp size work and then have its alpha version simply grow to a Leviathan size? Yeah. I think that's probably fine. It would just take a long time for it to grow in size. Seeing the huntsman license officially, it's just restrictions. Yeah, but those could lead to unofficial ranks. Yeah, that would make sense. A white silver medal with a gold cross engraved in it and strapped down with dark leather straps. But once active, the blades lunge out slightly, showing off its deep, rich purple. I like it. Go into detail with the weapons and descriptions. Okay. I will continue reading then. Semblance is endless hunger. For someone named the Devourer, that fits. Endless hunger is a passive semblance that makes oh my god. Why did I... That makes Surin absorb the target's stamina and adds it to her own. Interesting. She does this by direct skin-to-skin contact. Anything in the way, even hair, would stop any attempt of feeding. If contact is held for too long, around 2 or 3 minutes, the target could die. Accelerates Surin's healing faster than her aura could naturally. And could restore any stamina lost, but not aura. Surin feels constant hunger for this, and it gets worse with extended periods of time without feeding. You did say that yours was AU, correct? Yes, okay. Here's Surin feels constant hunger for this, and it gets worse with extended periods of time without feeding. Different forms of life offer varying degrees of subsistence. Humans and fauna offer the most, while animals offer a good medium. Is she the reason why we don't see any animals in the world of RWBY? She ate them all. Plants offer the lowest, but are the least controversial, and Grimm offer no substance. In fact, it seems that Grimm increased the hunger for a short time. Increase the risk of going into a frenzy. If she doesn't feed for a certain amount of time, she'll go into a state of frenzy, attacking anyone who's unfortunately in the crossfire. The longest she can go before she goes frenzy is about 7 weeks. Damn, that's a long time, actually. Eating normal foods can help, but it's only temporary relief. Interesting. So she essentially feeds off of the life force of other things. Because it's not just stamina. If she can absorb it from plants, plants don't have a stamina in the same way that living beings, or animals. There's fauna and... What's the other one? But the animals and humans and faunas have stamina in a different way than plants do. That's a lot of surges. Fauna and flora, that's it. Okay, fauna and flora, differences there. Can't believe flora was the one I couldn't think of. But yeah, so it's more absorbing life force than anything. Sugars. Yes. Okay, so she's actively absorbing the chemicals that are present in a person's body to restore her own stores of those chemicals. Yeah, glucose. So that would make sense as to why people would die. Okay, interesting. I like it. Personality. Surin was actually a very outgoing kid, but after an incident, she became more meek and more introverted as she grew up. This is mainly because of her devotion to the church. Oh no, not religious fanatic. She believes the church's will not only be her salvation, but her only way to control her inhuman hunger. Did the church kind of brainwash her into thinking this? With her team, who she sees as her family, she's a bit more outspoken, but she tries to keep everyone at arm's length, if not further. When she believes she's fully alone, she can be seen talking into her scroll. It's clearly a one-sided conversation. This conversation is conversations vary drastically in time, from a couple of minutes to several hours, and varies in range of topics, but always ends in "I'm sorry." Uh-oh. Nearly every time she can be seen holding back tears. Even rarer, she'll be fully bawling. Seems to have near insatiable appetite, eating anything and everything. Oh no, she's ate someone important to her. She's ate someone who she has a memory of on her scroll, and that's so sad. Oh no! You don't want to use aura because that's OP. Yeah, if it's just constantly feeding off of a person's aura, that's really strong. Eating biscuits with Ben's head. I see. Oh no. History. Well, here we go. That's probably where her mother, Eleanor. Oh no. A backstory parent. Those stories never end well. Surin Messalina was born in a now destroyed town in the east coast of Sanus. The town was attacked by bandits soon after by Grimm. Her mother, Eleanor, was attacked by the bandits and was forced into labor due to an injury to her stomach. Oh no. Surin was technically born in the back of a wagon, as her parents and any other survivors escaped. She was born as a set of triplets, but one was stillborn. It was the only one that took the injury. Oh god. Surin and her surviving twin, Violetta, were born about 2 to 3 months early. While Surin had piranha teeth, Violetta had piranha fins. Their family eventually moved to Mistral, believing they could have a better life there. They were kind of right. Although they were safe from the Grimm, the siblings were faced with racism from pig-headed adults and cruel kids. Yep, sounds about right. Violetta was bullied the most, while Surin would fight back if pushed far enough, or if she saw her sister being bullied. One day, however, they went too far. Surin had a bad feeling during the day. It started out with her feeling hungrier than usual. She forgot her homework at home and stubbed her toe. That does sound like a bad day. But the real reason why she is as she is now is because a group of bullies, who were much older than her, attacked her and Violetta. There were 4 of them, around the age of 13 or so, while Surin and Violetta were 8. They beat them black and blue, calling them every racial slur they could think of. One of them grabbed a brick. Oh, God. Surin snapped. She suddenly felt her aura unlocking itself, soon her semblance. The 2 bullies screamed in pain as if they felt their energy leave them, causing them to let go. The moment she was free, she tackled the one with the brick, punching him, till she was thrown off. Oh my god. Surin didn't know who it was, so she grabbed their arm unknowingly and unknowingly drained them. Didn't realize who it was until it was too late. Violetta was screaming as she tried to break Surin's hold, then collapsed. Surin tried to wake her as best as she could, but soon realized that every time she touched her, it hurt her. Bullies fled from the scene the moment they could, leaving an 8-year-old unknowingly killing her sister. Oh god. Christoph, hello! It's going well. How about you? Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. About 15 minutes later, Violetta was in the hospital, comatose. Doctors told them that her recovery would be very slow because she did have her aura unlocked, and that didn't have her aura unlocked, and that it was too dangerous to unlock it. It's feared the body wouldn't be able to handle it. Due to her age and how much Surin took, Violetta's recovery would take many years. During the first year after the accident, Surin became outcast by most people outside of her family, even though she could see the faint fear in their eyes. Despite the extra amount of love they tried to show, the bullying was different. There was less physical bullying and more psychological. Called her a monster and kin killer, telling her Violetta is better off dead. Oh god. And her parents should leave Surin. When she was 10, she couldn't handle it anymore. She ran away from school and hid in the local church bell tower. She and her sister would come up there whenever things got rough. A nice view of the city, especially at sunset. She didn't know how long she was up there, crying her eyes out. She just knew that it was late in the day, and the deacon, Azrael, angelic name there, found her. Azrael knew of Surin and Violetta and what happened. He took her home and told her to meet him the next day. She did what she was told and arrived at the church early the next morning, and then began her training for Sanctum Academy. Oh, that was a quick jump. I'm guessing there's more to the story there. During the next 4 years, Surin was devoted to her training, began seeking her sister more, and started devoting herself to the church. The 4 years went by, she was accepted into Sanctum, and her first friend and partner, Danuha Rekka, in years. Before she knew it, was in and out of Haven Academy and proud member of Team Darks. Huh. Deacon is a former huntsman. Okay. Why did she need training for Sanctum Academy? Because Sanctum Academy is the combat school. You can go into the combat schools without any training. At least she lived. This is true. This is true. But because she fears her own abilities, she ran away to the church. And I'm guessing the church is probably going to corrupt her. To get control of her semblance? Okay. Makes sense. But if it's a passive semblance, she will never be able to control it completely. Right? Because that's a terrifying prospect. Okay, restrictions class C. Okay, so there is classes to that. There is ranks. Okay, makes sense. Yeah. The church is evil. Yep. Just a small thing. The section of town that she's in. Yeah, that makes sense. Those are more from missions, which makes sense. Which makes sense. I'm gonna head out for now. All right, Power Ultra, thank you for joining in. Oh, the church isn't evil. Oh. Does the church worship the two brothers, or is this a different religion that you're coming up for with your alternate universe? Moral complexity. Because it would make sense if the church took advantage of... Because the way that I interpreted it was that the church was taking advantage of her fear of her own ability to use her for their own gain. But, hey, yeah, not an evil church. That's a new spin. But yeah, that does explain the I'm sorry part. Those that worship those idiots, the brothers, yeah. They don't know the truth. The false prophets. I mean, technically they were the creators of humanity, but also not worth people's prayers. There is a version of Abrahamic religion. Yeah, there are other religions, because other religions would pop up. It's just we haven't seen anything of it. So I was just curious. A character named Jack Bryce who has anger issues. Yeah, go for it, Ray. Is there anything else you'd like me to touch on for Surin's story? It's no name, so I left it as The Church. Ominous. Meow. Did you go over her written description? Oh, I didn't. I completely skipped over it. My bad. Certain a short girl, weak and sickly looking build. Looked like she hasn't been eating properly in weeks. Has long black hair going past her waist. Very pale skin and rich violet eyes. Faunus trait are 2 rows of sharp piranha teeth. Give her a subtle underbite. She wears a white long sleeve shirt under a gold puffer vest with purple on the inside. I see. Around her neck is a purple scarf. She'll occasionally pull it over her nose to hide her face. Makes sense. Especially with the bullies and everything she had to go through early in life. It's probably easier to go through some situations while trying to hide the Faunus trait. White cargo pants with a purple trim. Holding that up is a purple belt with a gold buckle. Purple boots with gold lacing. On the back of her vest lays her emblem, which is a set of sharp teeth. Yep. Getting ready to bite something. Inside of a circle that is colored purple. Every time she uses her semblance on someone, all white in her turns purple. Interesting, and vice versa. She'll look more healthy, and depending on how much she drains someone, depending on how long she'll look like that. Okay. What kind of religion was still practiced in Remnant? Religion doesn't seem like that prominent anywhere in Remnant, but there are a couple different religions. Obviously, the two brothers and everything. One thing I will mention, though, and since this is an alternate universe, it's fine, but for emblems, they're always one solid color, rather than 2 or 3 distinct colors. Whatever the emblem is, every emblem that we've seen in RWBY is always something that can be shown in just one color. So, just a heads up for that. But, again, alternate universe, so that allows for more creativity with things like that. Neo's is brown. Neo's symbol is brown. That's what her emblem is, because that was her hair color. I'm guessing because that was her hair color before everything happened, but Neo's emblem is brown. Purple is a color because she hides herself. Yes, I understand purple is a color. It's just the emblem has a purple background with white teeth. So for like canonical RWBY emblem, it would probably just be the teeth that are colored purple without the background. Is mainly what I'm getting at. Because it's the teeth being white in this image is important. So white and purple. I guess I know white is like a shade, but yeah. Hinduism Catholic, but I find it odd, a little sad that people finding it as a surprise or twist that church and media isn't evil or corrupt. Well, oh, and Shadowgun, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Can you use negative aspects for the teeth? Yeah, that's true. Teeth can be used for negative space. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that works too. Yeah. Okay, never mind then. But I was raised religious as well. I was raised Christian, but like, I don't know, when you hear of someone becoming devoted to the church, it's, I don't know. Always generally seems like it's a plot device. Pat the adorable kitty. Meow. Interrupting the cat's bath. I change color with the background of the someone's. Okay. But, So, and see if it's going to change color that way, then having 2 distinct colors is important. Having the white and the purple, rather than just having the teeth be negative space. But again, alternate universe, so it's fine. Having a multicolored emblem. Yeah. What answers? Deacon wanted to help. Yeah, it's good. A kind mentor. Yeah. All right. Is there anything else that none of the churches are evil, guys? No, they're not. But often there are people working within the, like, and I know religions at their core, most of them at least, aren't meant to be evil, but there are people who take advantage of religion to try to serve their own means, corrupt other people, etc. The churches and religion aren't evil, but people are, is the main thing. So, when someone gets devoted to a religion, and it's a massive change in their perspective, think we're creating RWBY OC. Oh, nice! It is based on the prey becoming the predator. Okay, interesting. The individual's bad, yes. Yeah. And it just happened that the deacon who was there is a good person, which is good. Also, individual's good, yeah. Anything that stands out for you? No, everything seems all right. Obviously, her semblance is very powerful, because a semblance that can just outright kill someone is strong, but that's the alternate universe writing that you want to go for. So, seems pretty good. You've written the semblance pretty well into the story, how it has affected her personality, how it affects her moving forward, her motivations for becoming a huntress. Everything seems pretty straightforward. Yeah, nothing really stands out to me. It's just, you know, with her endless hunger being a passive semblance, it does make me wonder how much control she could actually get over it. But, yeah. I want to give her a hug. She needs one. Well, the hug might kill you. Gotta make sure there's no skin-to-skin contact there. Probably the rate? Okay. She can suppress it a little bit. Yeah. It's a danger hug. That's for sure. Cat, you doing all right there? All right. But yeah, unless there's anything else. Your team got her? Well, maybe not Candy, though. Yeah, anything else that you'd like me to touch on? If not, just wanted to show off your glutton baby. Yeah, thank you for showing off your character. I appreciate it. I look forward to seeing where the story goes. And I'm guessing that her sister Violetta is going to play more of a role in her story moving forward. Because she lived, she survived, but I'm sure the burden of her actions are weighing heavy on Surin. But yeah, thank you for sharing your character. I appreciate it. Thank you. And I was trying to think of a name for your character's semblance. He has the ability to turn into smoke and dash about 5 to 10 feet. He uses to try to get behind who he's fighting to dodge attacks. The name I thought of is Smolder. I was thinking of Smokescreen. Also, sorry if the comment isn't loud in the stream. No, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. I'll get to her eventually. Sounds good. I look forward to seeing that when the time comes. What's the character's inspiration? Corvus? Because if he turns into smoke, my initial thought jumps to something like Ashen Sprint or something like that. I don't know. I like using Ash in naming schemes. But Nathan, you are up next. That. Okay. So, can go there and go there. Okay. Other two of Team Dark's to get through before her. Makes sense. What was the one quote of Harry Potter in the Prisoner of Azkaban movie? It's like trying to catch smoke. Like trying to catch smoke with your bare hands. Yeah. I struggled to find a good one. But now it's Bad Bee, the Irish goddess who can turn into a crow. His name's also Corvus, so I want to find a smoke or crow-based inspiration. Okay. You could also, because you could use terms like ash, smoke, fugue. Could also be another one. Mist. I'm just trying to think of like names that are not exactly synonymous with smoke, but kind of sort of related to smoke. Wisp as well. That'd be another good good word to use. And those are just like words to kind of branch off of to create a name that you'd like for the semblance. Dash. Yeah. A flock of crows is called a murder. Yes. Well, a murder of birds, as one may be called. Several smoker for One Piece. Sweep is in chimney sweep? Maybe. A day that when comes the day the bookshelf dies. No, the bookshelf can continue to live. I may be slowly stacking more stuff on it, but it's fine. It'll survive. But for making adjustments to the Grim you've shown today. Nice. All right. So now we have Nathan's OCs to go over. So like from the Cemetery of Fire, yeah. The bookshelf shall live, exactly. Okay. So we have Rosemary Adam. Adam is Hebrew for red. Oh, okay. Age 18. Born in Vale. Semblance is acidic webs. Ooh, interesting. Race is human. Birthday is November 28th. Weapon is Divine Rose. Are these characters for alternate universe or for canon? Let's start off by asking that. Rosemary's father was a struggling inventor in Vale. Growing up, Rosemary was always a model student at Signal Academy, able to pass most exams and training exercises, but would find time for video games and comics. Her weapon is called Divine Rose, a weapon crafted after a keyblade capable of firing lightning dust, and her semblance is acidic webs. A corrosive spider web that damages the target on contact. Rosemary would attract the attention of Beacon Academy and was enrolled in the school soon after. They are meant to be canon. Okay. Mangrove, hello! Do you like Ashen Sprint? Thank you for the input. You're welcome. Glad we were able to help. Choice is the idea of hidden fangs, or specifically the concept of someone true strength awakening under stressful realization of what their biggest flaws. Okay, nice. Yeah, that's generally... That is a good way for semblances to awaken as well, is just recognizing their flaws, the outcry of their soul, and semblance awakens. Part of this, she only wants to prove herself. She now strives to be the best huntress possible. Cool, calm-headed young woman capable of becoming a leader. Now, the Divine Rose fires dust from the tip of the weapon. From canister-like holders fed in from the handle and travels down mechanically to the tip of the weapon when it's fired by pulling the trigger. So her weapon uses only lightning dust, correct? Now, acidic webs. I don't know. I don't know if acidic webs could work as a semblance. Sern's last name is she who has an insatiable appetite. Oh, nice. Mangrove, nice. No OC's review. No worries. Gives you time to come up with them then. Travels down mechanically. Canister-like holders fed in from the handle that travels down mechanically. I'm guessing the canister, like when you pull the trigger, it moves to the tip of the weapon. Or something like that. Like you load the weapon and then something would happen and it maneuvers around. Haven't written and formatted them for review specifically. Ah, okay. Well, if you ever want to, there will be other OC reviews. There will be plenty of others. It's a very fancy way of saying the round gets chambered. Kind of, yeah. But, makes sense. Now, the acidic webs semblance is the main thing that I'm focusing on, because like a keyblade that uses lightning dust, sure, that'll work as a weapon. As a weapon, but we haven't seen like a semblance that creates something physical like that that outright damages an enemy. Because that'd be converting aura into a web, and that web also has corrosive aspects to it. And that kind of sounds like it's trying to do two separate things. Create the physical web using aura, and also convert the aura into corrosive substance. I think that's two separate abilities. So I'd say for her semblance to fit into canon, probably have to focus on either constructing like the aura webs portion of it or the corrosive aspect of it. And then, even beyond that, how exactly do you intend to have her launch the webs or corrosive material? Spider-Man style? Yeah, but there'd have to be some way of, like, providing it momentum. Because we've seen someone create webs in the RWBY series. Trifa, I believe was her name, in volume 4 or 5. She was a spider faunus that had spinnerets in the palms of her hand, and she could create webs, and, you know, it's internally there's momentum being created. If you just convert your aura into, Trifa. Web launcher firing some kind of string, rope, wire, corrosive aura travels along the string. That could work. That would work. Yeah, if there was a web launcher and then there was, but that would kind of mean that the weapon would need to be reworked as well. Mechanical launcher via springs, compressed air, or explosives. Yeah, because you'd want that to be like the weapon mainly. Then you wouldn't want there to be like two main weapons of having the weapon and web launchers. So something to think about there. And I would also point out, you mentioned that Rosemary would attract the attention of Beacon. Now, if, students at Signal Academy, I'm sure a lot of students were sent invites to Beacon Academy. Just like, hey, grades are good, your performance is good, and here's a number of other ones. It's your character as well as many others that were invited to Beacon Academy. But if your character is singled out by Beacon Academy, or in other words, Ozpin, that's getting into alternate universe territory. Because then that's making it so Ozpin and, by extension, all of the other staff are putting expectations on your character specifically. So, which ammunition is chamber to be launched? The weapon could be a type of ammunition? Maybe. So those are things to consider there. Because you don't want... Because for canon, to fit into canon, your character cannot, unfortunately can't be like a chosen prodigy. Because that would start outshining other students and characters that are present in the canon series. Next character, though, Ruben Blanco. Age 17, April 14th of his birthday. Birthplace is Menagerie. Okay. A wolf faunus. The trait of ears. Claws of Death. Damn, that's a metal name for a weapon. Born on April 14th to a blacksmith, Ruben's mother left to explore the world of Remnant when he was young. You see, he got the Usopp treatment. Yearning for excitement, he dreamed of becoming a huntsman. At the age of 6, he ran away from home, armed with a pair of specially crafted claws, and joined the White Fang. At the age of 6? How did he get specially crafted claws and weapons at the age of 6? And also, the White Fang is accepting... I don't know if the White Fang would accept 6-year-olds as members. There he found the thrill he sought as a 6-year-old? Discovered the potential of infused dust. By lining his gloves with fiber optic fibers, he could absorb dust particles, which were then channeled to the claws. Absorbing dust? Upon contact with skin, the dust entered the bloodstream, triggering various effects. Ruben spent 9 years with the White Fang, honing his combat skills and participating in raids on the Shiny Dust Company. However, his original dream persisted. At 15, he left the gang and embarked on a journey to Beacon Academy, taking detours that extended his travel time to a year. Now enrolled at Beacon, Ruben begins a new life as a huntsman. He resides in Menagerie and wields his weapon, the Claws of Death. These gloves feature retractable claws and fiber optic lining, allowing him to harness the power of infused dust. His semblance speed demon enhances his speed, activated during times of stress or danger. Okay. So, speed semblance, that's fair. The weapon, though... that... sounds like a bit much. At the age of 6, running away from home to join the White Fang, what's the motivation behind that? Like, why so young? There's a difference between Blake as a young girl participating in protests for faunus rights versus joining the White Fang and participating in raids while under the age of 10 years old. The White Fang is drastic, don't get me wrong, especially becoming radicalized under Sienna Khan, and especially Adam Tauros' sect, but at no point are they like, yeah, 10-year-old, we'll put you on the raid. So there's that, but also dust infusion? He could absorb dust particles. Upon contact with skin, dust enters the bloodstream. How does this work? I'm like, my Fang only go full violent approximately 5 years before Volume 1. Correct. When it was led by Gira, it wasn't violent. It was only when it became radicalized by Sienna Khan. Granted, we don't know the exact time frame that this came out, but I think to fit into canon, I would say that some things need to be reworked with this. At the age of 6, that's too young to be joining the White Fang, as well as having especially like crafted weapon already. That seems quite young. And lining his gloves with fiber optic fibers, where would he get this technology? Where would he learn about this technology? As far as we know, that technology doesn't exist in the world of RWBY as we know it, in canon RWBY. 10-year-old would also just be a burden. There's no reason under 16s would have been used in history as powder monkeys, flag bearers, and musicians. Yep. Especially for joining the violent White Fang? Yes. That's... yeah. And the dust entering his bloodstream, triggering various effects. Dust is toxic to the human body. Hazel has proven that pretty substantially. So that seems, if you wanted to write that story, I think it would have to be alternate universe at that point. But yeah. Let's go over the other characters first. Figured he would be groomed. Just need a better opinion? Okay, no worries. No worries, Nathan. And that's always why having second opinions is a good thing. But, like, groomed to join the White Fang, you mean? But, like, again, there's more that you would write to the story, I'm sure, because, you know, it's the time between his mother left to explore the world, like, her motivations for leaving and, like, what his influences were while growing up. But the age of 6, I don't think the White Fang would even take him at that point. I'll be completely blunt with that. I don't think the White Fang would take a 6-year-old. I don't think they would even take a 10-year-old. Honestly, probably their recruitment maybe would start at the age of 14, maybe, and that's only if the kid already showed promise. Otherwise, they would have no reason to accept him, especially the violent White Fang that's leading raids on the Shinidust Company. They would have no reason to accept anyone that wouldn't be useful to them. She was born of the White Fang, but she was probably just there at first because her parents were involved with it. Her parents led the damn thing. And as far as we saw, she was there in protests because the White Fang was nonviolent. And sure, in the nonviolent White Fang, yeah, having people help protest, sure. If the protests ended up turning violent, I'm sure Gira would say, Blake, child, stay home, little girl. You're not allowed to come out here. But yeah, participating in raids? No. Like, the White Fang wants to succeed in these raids. They wouldn't just... maybe Adam would bring along a child to use as cannon fodder, but... You see, the Aladdin White Fang would be still peaceful? Yeah. Even then, I don't... Like, protesting is one thing, but the thing is, Blake, at, like, the age of 6, 8, 10, whatever... She was probably not traveling with the White Fang caravan unless her parents were bringing her along because they didn't want to leave her alone. Not actually traveling as an active member of the White Fang, like going into political meetings trying to establish rights for Faunus, right? Anyways. Go to Rachel, she was mid-teens? Yes. And stopped when we went too far, exactly. Gonna get food and drinks? Alright, back momentarily. Alright, well, let's check out the other two characters. Emma White, age 17, birthplace also Menagerie. A fox faunus. Aw, cute fox ears. Whiplash. Oh, I like that name. Whipsword. Emma, age 17, is a fox faunus born in Menagerie and had a fairly decent life in Menagerie. At a young age, she was a mischievous little girl. Conniving fox. Using invisibility fields, her semblance to play tricks on others. So much that the guards would send her away to Beacon Academy to give her direction in her life. Whiplash uses electricity dust in a clock gear to power the transformation, and could also electrically charge the blade. Alright, cool. And she has essentially the same semblance as May Marigold. So invisibility field, that's... Having that semblance as a child, that child would get up to so much mayhem. I can easily understand where they're just like, no, child, you need direction. Go to the Huntsman Academy. Granted, it might make more sense to send her to one of the combat schools first. And although this has never... We haven't seen the extent of... I mean, we may have seen the extent of Menagerie. It could just be a very small town in and of itself. I don't know if there's a combat school on Menagerie. We know each kingdom has multiple combat schools, but does Menagerie have one? It might make sense that there's one on Menagerie. Regardless, I think she would be sent to the combat school first, rather than Beacon Academy. Takes so much candy or toys no one would see them. Yeah, absolutely. Kids would be up to so much mayhem. But yeah, A whip sword? I love seeing whip swords. There's not enough whip swords. Sticky kitty hug. Aww. But, yeah. Then walking into a bank, take a whole bunch of money. Now that is criminal. I'd hope that a child wouldn't be doing that. But, you know. But yeah, like the weapon seems fine. Electric whip, whip blade. Yeah. Invisibility fields. The only thing, just maybe send to combat school instead of directly to the academy. Because the academies, you would need some level of training beforehand. And are there combat schools other than Signal? Yes, absolutely. There's Signal Academy, Pharos Academy, Sanctum Academy. There's also an academy in Vacuo. Why can't I think of the name of it right now? And for the purposes of OC writing, I do think it's okay to come up with the names of, like, another school that might exist in Vale, or in Mistral, or in Vacuo. Because we know there are other combat schools, we just don't know the names of them. So, until we actually get confirmed names of the combat schools, I think it's fine to make up the name of your own combat school and have your character go there. They would send to the closest one as well? Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I'm curious if Menagerie has their own combat school. That is something I would love to ask the writers in a Q&A. Because I'd imagine they probably would. They would need some place to train their own military, because they have their own military and police force. Well, they don't have their own military. They have their own police force. They would need somewhere to train their police force, unless they send off all of their anyone who would have that inclination to the combat schools in another kingdom first. But I feel like with Menagerie not really wanting to interact with the humans that much, there still being a lot of distrust between them, it would make sense that they would have their own. Oscuro Academy, that's the name of the one I couldn't think of. Yeah. Made up Signal Combat School for your OC to go to. Oh, Sigil Combat School for OC to go to in Mistral. Okay. What meaning do you intend behind the name Sigil? Because all of the combat schools and Huntsman Academies do follow a certain naming scheme. Like Shade Academy, Oscuro Academy, it's one that's like protecting you from sunlight. That's why the original combat school that I came up with was Cavernous Academy. You know, a cave shelters you from the sunlight. We have in Beacon, or in Vale, there's Beacon and Signal. You know, like signals, beacons. They're lights to signify something. In Mistral, we have Haven Academy, Sanctum Academy, you know, protection. Pharos Academy, I think Pharos is in Vale. I don't exactly know the meaning behind Pharos. But there is a common naming theme that's similar among the kingdoms. But yeah, Emma seems pretty good. Mischievous little fox girl. I love it. Next one, Kobe Blackheart. Ooh, that's a intense sounding name. Blackheart. Age 17. Birthplace, Tarragon Village. Okay. Race human. The weapon is Warmonger. That's a hell of a name for a weapon, too. Shotgun battle axe. Born on December 25th. Oh, Christmas baby. 17-year-old from Tarragon, a small village on Vale's east coast. His weapon of choice is Warmonger, a battle axe, sawed-off shotgun combination. Of course, it has to be sawed off. His semblance, Earth Force, allows him to manipulate Earth around him. Okay, activating his aura potentially gives him strength to hurl massive boulders. Now, there's a difference between charging Earth with his aura and his aura giving him the strength to move boulders. That is an important distinction, because in 1, his aura is, charging the ground around him and manipulating it to some degree. Obviously, he's not going to be able to, just do too much, especially at the age of 17. It would take some training for him to increase his ability to move rock and stone, versus, using one's own aura to enhance one's strength. So that's an important distinction to think of. Since childhood, Kobe dreamed of becoming a huntsman. Tragedy struck, though, at the age of 6, when a pack of Beowulfs attacked Tarragon village, claiming the lives of his sister and parents. Desperate, young Kobe unlocked his semblance and fought off the creatures. Again, age of 6, fighting off multiple Beowulfs? I think that might be a bit much for a 6-year-old, even having just awakened his semblance. For a year, he remained in the family home, the only place he knew. During this time, he discovered a weapon schematics for Warmonger, a project his father had planned. 9 years later, Kobe mastered his weapon and left his village to pursue his dream of becoming a great huntsman. So he forged the weapon himself? I'm guessing the village wasn't completely destroyed by the Beowulfs then. Making his way to Vale, there he would enroll in Beacon and to earn his huntsman license. The memory of his family's loss fuels his hatred and desire for revenge, but it doesn't control his thoughts. His desire is to strictly kill them. His desire isn't to strictly kill them. It's to save others from a similar fate. He uses his aura to enhance his semblance as a defensive shield. Okay. Did rework slightly. They can kind of manipulate the earth, throwing bowling ball-sized rocks, maybe making craters. Okay. Kids are strong, but nowhere near that level? Yes. Especially just awakening a semblance. Wouldn't be able to fight off the Beowulfs. Not at all. Like, we saw how RWBY and Weiss were kind of struggling to fight off Beowulfs in the Beacon Academy initiation. Of course, we saw that RWBY in the Red trailer was able to take out numerous Beowulfs, but that's the Red trailer. Not exactly the most balanced thing in the world, as that was more to create hype and interest in RWBY. Not to say that RWBY can't do that, but even she would struggle against a number of Beowulfs. A 6-year-old is cannon fodder to Beowulfs. They're just a light snack. Having awakened a semblance or not, 6 would be too young. Now, if at the age of 12 this happened, I could understand the kid being able to fight off a Beowulf. Not, completely dominate and kill a Beowulf, but to at least fight it off to some degree. Those Beowulfs may have been younger Beowulfs anyways. Yeah, that's true. The ones in the Red trailer might have been just new ones that had no fighting experience or nothing, but yeah. Turn out doing zoomies with the maybe. But yeah, for the semblance, it's more earth manipulation. Can, use bowling ball sizes of earth. That's pretty balanced, because you'd only be able to lift so much, compacted soil and, rock with your aura. So that makes sense. And you also mentioned in here that he can use his aura to enhance his semblance and use it as defensive shield. So, if need be, can use a good amount of his aura to create, an earthen wall in front of himself or his team to block attacks that might be incoming. That'd be an understandable use of the semblance with, being able to manipulate earth. So, yeah, I think that works. But the age of 6, too young to be fighting Beowulfs. Under any circumstances, I think. Yeah. So yeah, the semblance I think is good. Weapon is good. I'm assuming that since he stayed in the family home, that the village itself wasn't completely wiped out, and there would be a blacksmith in the village to help him forge his weapon, right? Or what is remnant feeding kids these days? Exactly. But yeah, two of the characters now have been at the age of 6 when they've done some pretty drastic things for a 6-year-old. I know it's, difficult to remember the time way back when you were 6 years old. But kids at the age of 6, regardless of what trauma they've gone through, regardless of what they might have, there's only so much that a 6-year-old is actually capable of. So, you know, for a lot of these things, they can't do much until they're already like teenagers, or at least close to preteens before they can really start accomplishing anything. That's just something to keep in mind. But yeah, you got a lot of good ideas here. A lot of good characters. The Invisible Fox being the mischievous one that she is, as well as the warmonger, Kobe Blackheart. Blackheart is just such an intense name too. I like it. But yeah, a lot of good characters. A few things to work with to make it fit into canon, but overall, sounds like you got going in the right direction. It's difficult. One of them to be young enough to theoretically work, but not too old either. Makes sense. Unfortunately, yeah, 6 years old would not theoretically work, unfortunately. Yeah. Kind of boring just to write passive characters? Yeah. It's a bit of thing where people make their characters do things young, since kids don't really have agency. Kind of boring to just write passive characters? Yeah, but think of a lot of the novels and stories that you've read throughout your life. The protagonists, whether they be teenagers or adults, don't have much of the story focused on their childhood at all because their childhood is boring. For all of my characters that I've written, their childhood has like 1 or 2 distinct events that happen that become their driving motivation for later in life when they're actually capable of things. Like Seraphina, she had that event where her village was attacked by Ravagers, where she was thought to have perished, and her fear of, her fear of Ravagers and her wow, I can't speak, her semblance awakened. But it's not until later on that she actually put that to use. She, started working with the other warriors of her village, but she wasn't capable of like defeating Grimm on her own or anything until she started attending the combat school. That type of thing. Church will point you to everyone's favorite Pelos. It's always insanely well written. They're very traumatized. But like children, events that happen in their childhood form their motivations for later in life, but they don't need to be taking actions for those motivations at that point in time, because they're kids. They can't. There's only so much kids can actually do, and so much that they're capable of. Because anywhere that they try to go, anything that they try to do, adults just won't let them, no matter what. Like, Serena was 8 when she was attacked, unlocked her semblance, but she didn't do anything more until after she went to the combat school. Exactly. And that's the same with my characters as well. Like, Zelina awoke her semblance and thought of herself as a monster. She traumatized some other kid and was just like, oh my god. But she didn't even use her semblance, try to figure out anything about her semblance, or even try to fight until she had the chance to go to the combat school. Like... Weren't paying attention? Yes, Pelos was mentioned. We're talking about childhood trauma becoming the motivating force for what children do later on in their story. Grown adult can overpower a 6-year-old child? Yup, exactly. Doesn't matter how much that child is angry or wants to do something, kick the baby is a thing for a reason. 5'10" adult can walk up to a 2-foot child and punt them across whatever baseball field or football field. For Kobe, his age is the only no-no. Story is okay. Let's see. As far as I could tell, that was pretty much the main thing. Claiming the lives of his parents. Unlocked a semblance to fight off a creature for your year he remained in the family home. During his time, he discovered his weapon. Well, it's the age for sure. Like, he'd probably have to be a lot older to be able to fight off a pack of Beowulfs. Like, he'd have to have some training before that. Now, I also mentioned for the schematics for his weapon, Warmonger. I mentioned this. I'm assuming the village was not entirely wiped out by this grim attack. That there was there someone else there to help him forge the weapon? Because regardless of if you have schematics for something or not, if you have no experience in blacksmithing or in the construction of weapons and the intricacies of that, doesn't matter how detailed those instructions are, they're useless. No, don't believe it was? Okay. So it would be reasonable to assume that there's a blacksmith in that village that could help him forge his weapon. Because he would need some other influence to be able to forge that weapon. Just having the plans or schematics is not enough. Because it's children under the age of like 14, in most cases, unless they took an interest in engineering at a very early age or blacksmithing or something like that, unless it's, you know, Legos, they're not really going to build anything substantial. Especially not building a weapon from scratch that's a sawed-off shotgun / battle axe. That might be... There's a reason why they go to the combat schools and that's where they forge their weapons, because there are blacksmiths there to help them forge it. So that's something to consider as well. Not everyone is a gun nut like RWBY. Well, RWBY over-designed her weapon. She made it a scythe, you know, modeled after her uncle's weapon, but also made it a sniper rifle because she's just nuts. Is severely effed up but not totally destroyed. So, yeah, like, what you could do for Kobe, 6 years old is still a little young, but maybe at the age of 8 or 10, this attack happened. And instead of fighting off the Grimm himself, which he would not be able to do, he awoke his semblance and created a dome of earth over himself to hide. And either the Grimm left of their own accord, they would still be able to sense his fear, but he created the dome of earth over himself, and the Grimm were clawing at the earth trying to get to him, and that's when another huntsman of the village fended them off. Or something like that. It gives him the semblance awakening moment that you want earlier in his life, but that with the way that that's written, he's not, you know, overpowered child able to fend off the Grimm. Then if there is another huntsman of his village, that would give him someone to train under, someone who might be able to help him create the weapon, someone who might be able to point him in the right direction. Supposed to learn structural engineering from his dad? I mean, yeah, but, you know. 6-year-old has an interest in becoming a huntress. The parents allowed the child to pursue it? Yeah. Oh, yeah. They could have an interest in becoming a huntsman. Doesn't matter how interested the child is. There's no child that's 6 years old is fighting off a pack of beowulfs. That ain't happening. They build the scythe from scratch while Jean needs a blacksmith to get a weapon. RWBY... Here's the thing. When RWBY says, oh, all students at Signal Academy forge their own weapons, they had help. RWBY had help forging her weapon. She didn't forge it alone. That is why I wrote into my OC story that while at Oscuro Academy, the blacksmiths there helped Serafina and Zelina forge their weapons, because it is completely unreasonable to think that 13 to 17-year-olds, every single one that exists on Remnant and attends the combat schools, is going to be capable of forging a weapon themselves. That's ridiculous. They would need a lot of knowledge of engineering and metalworking to be able to do that. They don't have enough time at the combat schools to not only learn combat enough to survive out in the world and be able to wield their weapon, and also forge that weapon likely within the first 2 years there. No. And decided if Dad was a huntsman, may have influenced him. Or perhaps Turrigan has at least 2 huntsmen. Some people literally won't be interested too. Yeah, there's also that. There is also that. Longer. Childhood, Kobe became a husband, tragedy started at claiming the lives of his sister and parents. Now, you could also have it that Kobe's father survived, but was mortally wounded as well, so that he could still be there to guide Kobe. Kobe would still have that same motivation to save others from a similar fate because, his sister and mother were killed, but his father survived to help train him and give him guidance. Maybe also got injured while saving Kobe's life. Could have done football at school. It doesn't appeal to me, so I didn't. True, but here's the thing. You are attending a school that happens to have football. If you were attending a football school and weren't interested in football, then there'd be that'd be weird, wouldn't it? Because these kids are attending the combat schools. So realistically, they should have some interest in combat to some degree. And combat involves weapons. So they should have some interest in weapons. At least finding a personal weapon of their own. Fun fact, the staff of your Atlas Combat School are all based on Alice in Wonderland characters. Ooh, the headmistress being inspired by Alice herself. Nice. A bit more in regards to smithing, not having a weapon. Yeah, I agree. But smithing is more related to having a weapon than... I understand the analogy you're going for. I completely understand. But smithing is more related to having a weapon, because every weapon's going to require smithing, and every student is going to require a weapon, whereas for just regular school, football's not required in any capacity. I guess phys ed is. So, yeah, well, yeah, I guess yeah. But, yeah. So, yeah, a few things to think about for writing characters for canon. But, other than that, is there anything else that you would like me to touch on for your characters, Nathan? So they could make your own weapon, but you could also have someone build it for you. Exactly. And I'm sure a lot of people do. But, again, I want to reiterate, most characters, like, who have who forge their own weapons are not doing that alone. It's ridiculous to think that at 13 or 14 years of age, these characters are... Because RWBY was 15. She only did 2 years at Signal Academy before going to Beacon. In those 2 years, she forged her entire weapon. She gained all of the engineering and metalworking knowledge she would need to, without assistance, forge her own weapon. No, that's utterly ridiculous. Tweaking definitely, but no, I'm all set. Alrighty. Thank you for sharing your characters. Captain Soren, hello. How art thou? How are things? Hope things are going well. Alrighty. And with that, we have reached the end of the queue. Is there anyone else who has an OC that they would like to share? Or we can either just chat for a little bit, or we can end stream there. Either way. Having your hand held through it, like woodworking class. Exactly. We did actually make things, but we had the teachers overseeing everything, in a lot of cases actively doing things to stop us from taking our arms off, breaking things. Yes. Though, when it comes to forging a weapon and metalworking and things like that, there are going to be certain aspects of the weapon forging process that a trained blacksmith would have to do. So warm here in the UK, feel like I'm being cooked? Yo, same. Though I have a feeling it's probably worse in the UK than it is here, but the OC who trained Titania isn't ready yet. Alrighty. But yeah, like there, and that's one of the things in RWBY where it's like you can infer a lot of things that there have to be trained blacksmiths. Like RWBY, sure, she said she forged her own weapon, but although she's even a weapon nut, she hasn't shown any skill in weapon like maintenance, weapon forging, knowledge of how to like create weapons. Like, she hasn't shown any of that. So when she says, oh, all the students at Signal forge their own weapons, she might mean, and again, this is volume 1 when things weren't fleshed out for the RWBY series, she might even just mean that every student has a personal weapon forged. That type of thing. Corvus, hello! We wrapped up all of the current queue for OCs, and just chatting for a bit. So working on Pellis' update. All right. Currently sat in shorts with your blinds closed. Sounds about right. But still have more I need to do. Don't know what fun I've seen them streams. So far the ones I shared, MarsCon were the most I did with the OCs. No rush, Alex. No rush. Plenty of time. Also wondered about when Yang learned to ride her motorcycle during her training. Well, Signal Academy is close enough to the island of Patch that I'm sure RWBY and Yang were able to commute from home. So if Tai just bought Yang the motorcycle for her at like the age of 15, 16, I don't think Yang is actually a licensed driver of that motorcycle. I'm going to be honest. Then she'd have time to ride it around in her free time. When's the next OC stream then? Probably... we're in July. August, September, October. Probably December. Honestly. Maybe the bike was Summers. It's a little too yellow to be Summers. But... It could be that one of Summer's hobbies was biking, was motorbiking, and that's where Yang got inspired to it. It could be. Yang must have painted it. I don't think she would repaint her mother's motorcycle. If Yang inherited Summer's motorcycle, do you think she would paint over the color that her mother chose? I don't see Yang doing that. With how much Summer meant to her, no. I don't think she'd... Imagine it's Tai Yang's. Now that could be. That could be. I could see her repainting her dad's bike, but not anything inherited from her mother. She would keep that as like a family heirloom. And also, if it was her mother's, she absolutely would not be throwing it off a cliff to take out Adam, like in Volume 6. Hell no. Bumblebee is not Summer Rose's bike. Secondhand motorcycle. Yeah, yeah. Summer got yellow because it's for Tai, yeah. She talked about Summer. She was mom, exactly. Don't you need to be 16 to drive a motorcycle in the U.S.? Yes. Remnant is not the U.S. That's why I think that Yang is unlicensed. I don't know if there is a motorcycle license that would be required. Where would you take a driving test? Would you have to go all the way to the Kingdom of Vale? Like the actual, Kingdom City to take a driving test? Probably. Tai just probably set up some pylons out in the yard and said to ask Yang to just drive through those, and that was her driving test. Local DMV. Well, local DMV, that'd be the first thing attacked when the Grim came, so I don't know. Because the amount of depression that would be there, kids failing their licenses, nah, I don't think a DMV would survive in Remnant. Sure, Magus, what's up? It's been a character, but don't have the feathers to afford it. Oh, no worries, Ash Winters. There'll be time. There's time to build up for next OC stream. It's some line paper that says, "This is my license," written in crayon. Yang Xiaolong, licensed driver. The bestest one around. I mean, it could be Raven's then, but... Yeah, if it was Raven's bike, she definitely would color over it. But here's the thing. If it was Raven's bike, Yang, I don't think would be interested in riding it. Early on in RWBY, she hates her mother for leaving. Or she's angry at her mother for leaving. Granted, she did go out in search of her mother early on in her childhood and dragged RWBY along with her. But I still think it's just a bike that was given to her as a gift from Tai. That just makes the most sense, rather than her inheriting the bike. We haven't seen Tai drive a motorbike, or RWBY, or anything. It was just a gift gotten for her. Maybe it was a graduation present. Monty was American, right? I think so. What could Summer have done to make Raven follow Summer? What do you mean? Raven still had respect for Summer. They were obviously still in contact to some degree. They never hated each other. Raven just ran away. Summer was pissed that Raven had left the children with her, but I don't think Raven ever hated Summer. Drinking age in Remnant is? In the US it's 21. That varies in other countries. I would imagine that the drinking age in Remnant is probably like 18? Maybe 19? You know, second years at the academy can start drinking. Might still be 21, now that I think about it. Once you graduate the academies, then you can have your first drink. If you can get a driver's license 16 in the U.S., in the U.S. of great, then why not a motorcycle license? Yeah. Imagine being 17 for huntsman specifically. But the thing is, you're not a huntsman at 17. You're still a huntsman in training. You just got accepted to the academies. So, yeah. A small side effect of his semblance is that he can't be burned by the lava he creates, as it is imbued with his own aura. I think he has to be able to be burned by the lava. Otherwise, if he's not able to be burned by the lava he creates, then he could essentially create lava armor. Just coat himself with lava and then no one else can touch him. There has to be some downside to him being able to create it. There has to be some downside to him being able to create it. It's a double-edged sword. If you're able to turn to superheat rock into magma, be careful. Here in the Netherlands, you can get a driver's license for light version of a motorcycle at 18. Oh, okay. It's because of Raven and Crow grew up in the bandit camp and learned to kill and such. Summer must have had a lot of leader charm and charisma. For Raven at least challenge Summer to see if he's able to be your leader. Maybe. But you... That's what you're focusing on? The Summer one? Nah. What you should be focusing on is Tai Yang's unstoppable charisma. Tai Yang rizzed up Raven, had a child with her, and that's what got Raven to stick around. Now, Raven, obviously, so it's Tai who got Raven to start thinking differently, and then Summer was able to have more of an influence on her. Tai is a player? Exactly. I think we agree that Crow would have been way too excited to take Ruby for a first drink. Yeah. No, not with Crow! She came of age. Yeah. Young, probably 15. Evil Force is a big sobriety. Trying to express another innocent drug driver. Oh no. Oh, Doctor took a bike away from her for a week. Yeah, you know, if Yang is gifted a motorcycle at the age of 15, the drinking age probably shouldn't be the same age. Let's not have teenagers drunk driving. Entire team, that's all I'll say. I mean, I'm sure there's been a night where Ty and Crow were out drinking on the town and maybe experimented a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, he can't make armor. It's more like lava bending from Avatar: The Last Airbender, but I see your point. Yeah, it's... I understand, like, you're kind of intending lava bender, but yeah, if you put in that, oh, he can't be burned by it, then that allows him to, if he chose to. Yeah, it's just balancing. Tai Yang the Rizzler. Yup. I always had the comic strip idea, whereas, you know what? Nah, I'm not gonna say that. But yeah. Tiger and then back Summer, exactly. Meow. From Remnant point of view, there's probably, to not say what, Bird? Don't worry about it. From Remnant point of view, there's probably pretty loud prohibition movement, so maybe the drinking age is high. It could be. I don't know if there's a prohibition movement, though, because there was a bar that was readily available in Vale where Crow was getting hammered during the Vital Festival tournament. What if Crow got her the motorcycle in order to make her to stop? Oh, for making stupid decisions like dragging baby Rubes into danger? I mean, maybe, but when Yang dragged Ruby into danger, she was like 8? Maybe 10? She ain't getting a motorcycle at that age. So the motorcycle would have to be when she's like 15, 16, maybe as a graduation present at 17. There's the kingly epithet, like Ivan the Terrible. Tai Yang the Rizzler. Relating Tai Yang the Rizzler to Ivan the Terrible is crazy. I love it. Just because, like, emotions and stuff. Oh, you know what? That's true-toothed. Prohibition movement, like how we have a green movement. Gas cars are still predominant. Yeah, you know what? Angry drunks would be a real problem with Grimm existing. Semblance? Chick magnet. I mean, that's definitely a Ruby Chibi thing for sure. I feel like Tai Semblance has to be charisma-based. Could you imagine Tai Semblance's Riz or Harem Lord? That would be insane. Granted, having a semblance that could forcibly and permanently manipulate the emotions of others, like, or their viewpoints towards an individual, you know, that would be overpowered. But oh god, he's a bard. yeah. Honestly, yeah, he is. Throw him at Salem, quick! Oh god. Hey, Ruby and Yang, meet your new stepmother! Salem walks into the room. Hello, Ruby Rose. No. I would disagree. It would likely be that alcohol laws are more lax because death worlds, so you only live once. This is also true. That's what was my thinking of it, why I thought that the, you know, legal age might be like 17, 18, because, God, you don't know when you're going to die on Remnant. You may as well have a drink here and there, but... Yes, that has to be a skit. The writers specifically said in their Q&A that they're not going to put Salem in Chibi, which I understand. However, Tai Yang flirting with Salem would be iconic. Oh my god. And could you imagine how much fun Bernie Burns would have voice acting that skit? That would be amazing. Oh, I would love to see that. We don't need a Tai X Salem ship? Ah, come on. Ruby prequel is all Tai Yang Harriman. Oh no! Oh no! You're not wrong, but oh no! Oh no! Please, no! Black Dragon Tai X Salem ship name. Oh, Black Dragon or Black Dragoon? Grim Harem. Does always make the Stark entire team a joke? There is going... If we get a Stark prequel, there has to be comedy in it. Like, Crow in general, I really want a Stark prequel so much more. So much more now. Let me consult the shipping name chart. If I was all quiet on the Western Front, the classic. To listen to this conversation go even further off the edge. Aha, we are pulling people away from lurking for Tai X Salem shipping. Oh my god. You know, I do gotta wonder. Was Glinda at school at the same time as Team Stark? We haven't seen Tai Yang and Glinda directly interact with one another. But this is on par with Grilk? God, why? Why would you put it on par with Grilk? Because, like, 100%. Even if, like, we don't know exactly what Glinda's age is. It's inappropriate to ask her age. But she could be potentially an upper year student while Tai is a freshman. She could be a freshman while Tai is a senior. Hell, she could be even, like, an assistant professor or something when Tai is a student as well. And good lord, you know that Tai would be flirting. Sorry, gotta go. It's been fun. Thank you for joining in, Kimiko. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. If someone in the RWBY production sees this and yeet it on the table, go for it. RWBY production team, have at it. Any of my ideas or theories, go for it. If you think they're good enough to write into the story, I'm okay with it. I would like reference or credit or something, but hey, you know what? I'm okay with my theories and ideas being correct. As long as I was the one who said it first, I'm okay with it. For Stark prequel, we have to get Crow in a quilt skit that was mentioned, because if it isn't, it'd be so sad. No, it was mentioned in Canon RWBY that Tai convinced Crow to go into a kilt. That has to be part of a Stark prequel. It has to be, like, if we get a Stark prequel, them entering the Academy is going to be back in, like, RWBY Volume 1 and 2 vibes. There has to be. Oh my god, Tai Yang and Salem, it's Eclipse? That's so good. That's, oh, perfect. We got it. No comments. That's perfect. It seemed Glinda and Ironwood had a thing. They did, which it does imply, and, like, again, we don't know. Granted, Crow and Ironwood seem to get along quite well. If they are similar ages, then, yeah, you know. It's also possible that Glinda did not attend Vale Academy, or Beacon Academy. She might have attended the same academy that Ironwood did. She might have come from Atlas, who knows? Look, Osmond, Tai accomplished what you failed at for millennia! Oh no. Just rizzed up Salem. Just peace was brought to Remnant, not through force of arms, but through sheer force of will. That is Tai Yang, the Rizzler. Oh god. Tai X Linda for some reason. Hot for teacher. Oh my god. Oh no. He's always drunk line came to life. It seemed Glinda and Ironwood had a link, and then Tai Yang come along and ruined everything. We stand here on achievement, not yours. Heard Iron Crow. What about Rustwood? Tai and Ironwood? Why is Tai the rust portion of that? Got it back. Oh no. I did it. I saved the remnant. You can imagine the children from Tai X Salem. Oh god. RWBY, guess what? You're gonna be a big sister. Here's your grim sibling. Make sure to babysit for the day and make sure to put Crescent Rose away. No. Tai raising the blacksmith? I mean, I don't... As much as Tai could be the Rizzler, even if it was his semblance, the blacksmith is an otherworldly power that is essentially the mother of all life everywhere. She's the origin of, like, the universe, as far as we know. I think that this is the instance where Tai's powers would fail. What if we spiraled into? Harold is fireable. But at what cost did he save her? Name for Ironwood X Tai is Tiger Woods! Oh my god! That's perfect! Oh my god! Tai Yang barding around. Well, like, if this is the route that we're going, the gods are already idiots, right? That's already been established. We know that they won't add Salem to RWBY Chibi, but they could add the gods of light and darkness. And Tai can put his moves on them. The gods seeing Tai and then becoming god. No. Tai's abilities, we've already established the whole team, all of Team Stark. Tai's abilities are not limited to women alone. Tai can conquer man, woman, god, whatever it be. The blacksmith, though, I think she's off limits. You do DX RWBY crossover where Tai is a bard. This is the RWBY D&D campaign we wanted. Tai X Jacques Schnee is called Fairly Odd Parents. Thanks, I hate it. Any ship that's Jacques Schnee should just be, you know, the bottom of the ocean. Glad someone remembers my Oscar Salem video. It's true, though. Oscar could, you know, save Remnant that way if he wanted to. Oh no, Magus. You joined the channel after that video came out? Yeah, I've made 2 RWBY crack videos in my time. I wish I didn't remember the Salem Oscar video. Well, you know. The thing my fur came from her, so help me. I'm going to look for it now. Yeah. What was it called again? What did I name that theory video? And I want to see how many years ago I made that video. Da 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 da. Da da. Oh, why am I searching for Salem? There we go. Yeah, if you just go to my my YouTube channel and search for crack, well, it's the first one that pops up. Because there's 2 crack theories that I've created on this channel. Oscar's new memories will show him Salem's weaknesses that only he can use. And then the other crack theory is Zwei works for Salem. Both of these over 5 years ago. Too late to go exploring the archives. I've been making RWBY videos for a while, and some of them are wild. To be fair, you can't refute that Oscar would have those memories. The theory is based in what we've seen from RWBY. Just have to watch it later, playlist. Watch it after stream. Alright. Why must you remind me of that thing's existence? Because it exists, therefore. Is there a Tyx Roman ship? I wouldn't be surprised if there is. There probably is. Jacques and Crow. Alcoholism. You mean Willow and Crow. No, stay away. You're too innocent. Oh, yeah. Ty and Roman. Sun candy. Oh, okay. Oscar's going to drink very heavily. Well, like, that's the thing. When you give a child access to an adult's memories who canonically has had children multiple times, there are memories that he's going to unlock that are going to scar him for life. And look at the shipping chart for Tyx Roman. If Willow and Crow get drunk together, they will eventually cancel the drunk out. I don't think that's how alcohol works. No, and no one tests this theory because that's just going to end up with either 2 very drunk people or 1 very dead person and 1 drunk person who doesn't know how to handle it. Half a bottle of vodka and Reach do not tempt me. Tooth? No. Bad. I know it's almost 5 o'clock where I am, but no. I mean, it is a weekend though. If you got no other plans, just don't go excessively. Tyx Roman is called Best Dads. You know, I can see it. Roman, Neo's dad, Ty, RWBY's dad, and Yang's dad. Yeah, okay. You think they end up sleeping together? Willow and Crow? I mean, they were a ship for a long time. Willow and Crow, hell, there are a lot of people who still do ship them. I think it's more of going to be an emotional support pairing, whereas Crow, now that he's gotten over his alcoholism, is going to help Willow with that. We saw that in the episode 11 animatic for Volume 9, that Crow was telling Willow, it's, you know, 1 step at a time. You're making progress. There is no Willow in the shipping chart for some reason. Oh, 100% there is a Willow and Crow ship. It just might not be on the specific website that you're looking for. Serious, hello! OC review. Yeah, there were a lot of good ones. A lot of good ones. Responsible for the adult that can be trusted with the liver poison? Can any adult really be trusted with liver poisoning? Miss Schneer girl. It's okay, though. Oh, wine is a part of my character's backstory. I don't know if that's a good thing. Posted both clips and stream clips. Oh. No. What clips are we talking about, Alex? Oh, from this stream, yeah. Jack and Crow is actually called Bar Fight? You know what? I'll take it. If Crow is sitting there taking a bottle and smashing Jacques' head in with it, hey, I'd be applauding him. But there's a Ty Salem comic stuff? I mean, if there isn't, depending on who watches this stream, they'll get the idea. Oh, you early commented about your new D&D character. Ah, okay. Bar fight, fun fact, that's kind of hot. I don't know. What, Jacques getting his skull caved in by Crow in a drunken rage? Crow would absolutely beat the crap out of Jacques, and the entire bar would either look the other way or cheer him on, or join in. It would be like that JoJo's meme of everyone just kicking the guy on the ground. Yes, that exactly. I have a polar bear fauna associate. Oh, cool. Join in. Yep. Everyone just kicking him while he's down because Jacques deserves it. He is an utter piece of crap. Oh, she's a Viking. Ooh, polar bear Viking. Can survive the cold north, but also can handle her own. If there's a bar fight between Jacques and Crow, then Crow can easily win the fight if he takes Jacques' clip-on tie. Are you saying he'd strangle Jacques with his own clip-on tie? Because that'd be hilarious. Got a family of polar bear faunuses. Ooh. Never been around a joke comic about Crow and Ty's child being Bennett from Genshin Impact. I've never played Genshin Impact, so I don't get the reference. Ty and Ozpin is called Day and Night. Will sever. Day and Night will sever or survive. One small town in the middle of nowhere who realized some guy was basically above the law, so they all just decided to kill him. Makes sense. Just had a thought. Might see Ruby giving a speech, but which she won. Come with it on the spot, or two, write something down and we see her with a bunch of papers. We saw how Ruby was in school. Do you think she's one to write a speech? Weiss might write a speech and give it to Ruby to say, but Ruby's going to wing it. 100% she'll wing it. 100%. Bennett is a blonde with horrible luck. You know what? That fits. Besides Ty, I saw some pics and pictures of Summer finding and adopting Cinder, and Cinder being an adoptive older sister to Yang and Ruby. I did see that as well. I've heard of that one at least. Sever. Like Day and Night will part. Day and Night will sever. Interesting. I feel like Sever kind of feels out of place in that ship name, in a sense. I understand what the meaning, but why not just call it Day and Night? She writes it all down, then the wind blows it away. To be fair, Ruby would just be scribbling it out, and it would be incomprehensible scribbles. I can't imagine Ruby has very neat handwriting. Ruby would hold this speech. Weiss gives her upside down. Yes. I love it. Started writing a speech, would only get a few words in. Something else. All that makes me think of is the old SpongeBob episode from when I was a kid, where SpongeBob was tasked with writing an essay about things not to do at a stoplight, and he was like just tormenting himself over how to write this essay, and after like hours of looking at it, all he had written was the. Very fancy letters and everything, but just the. I feel like that'd be Ruby. Exactly. People know exactly what I'm referring to. Previous comment in a fic. Ah. Oh, it was in a fic, really? And Jojo and Jacques. I've also been reminded of Fiona hitting Jacques with the steamroller Dio style. Oh, it was in a fanfiction already. Oh. There was her Volume 8 speech. Yes, and the Volume 8 speech was impromptu. I don't think she was reading from a teleprompter or that Weiss had written anything else for her. Oh. Oh. Well, that was a fun conversation. I can feel my voice dying now, though. So, this is probably... at this point, I must remind everybody that Ruby is my spirit animal. The sheer ripple effect of Cinder being with Ruby and Yang changes so much. Like, what happens to Emerald? Emerald would probably just stay as a petty thief. That's what this Roman is called. Clockwork Orange. That makes sense. That really makes sense. Crack Fix do great things to Jacques. Great and terrible things. That are all deserved. But yeah, I feel my voice starting to fade, so I should probably end stream here. It has been great seeing everyone's OCs. It has been fantastic with the conversation afterwards. It delved into, well, things I didn't expect to be discussing today on stream, but hey, we go where the wind takes us, or where the chat conversations lead. Wait, what if Oz ended up in Thai? Well, that would be only if Thai at the appropriate age would be a like-minded soul. Actually, no. Is Ozpin's ability... Does it have the same requirement that the Maiden Powers do? Because that would make sense where the Maiden Powers got that restriction from, that it was only into, you know, Maiden Powers go to a young woman, Ozpin's powers go to a young man? I don't know. We went wild in the stream? That's true. We definitely did. Parents a different run and heard the RWBY is talking about and what Riz means. Well, have fun explaining that to them, Val. Have fun. So glad that I understand the context of Ozpin ending up inside people. Yeah. At least we got some good laughs to brighten our lives. Exactly. Not mine, but yours. Not what? Oh, no. My parents ain't even home right now. I'm good. I'm cackling. Speaking of, think of Oz ended up a woman. That's why I'm wondering if there is that restriction. Because the Maiden powers only go to young women. Ozpin's powers, I'm guessing when he gifted his magic to people, the original maidens, that's where that restriction came from. And so Ozpin, his reincarnation ability, forced upon him by the god, has that restriction initially. Oz later talking to Pyrrha and Cinder Rose about who could be the next Fall Maiden. Oh god, oh my god, Alex, that conversation would be wild. Holy, Flower is dying of laughter. Good. Glad we can inspire laughter. That is what we want around here in these parts. But yeah, I need to give my voice a break. Thank you all for joining in on stream. Thank you all for joining in on the OC review. The next OC review will probably be December, because I have a 2-week trip planned in November, so I'm going to plan it for after that. Alternative origin for Evil Cinder. Yeah. I'll go revive the flower. Do so. Please do so. We need the flower to live. But we'll be back. We'll also be back on Tuesday for more Super Mario Galaxy. So look forward to that. And after Super Mario Galaxy, we'll have Super Mario Galaxy 2 to look forward to. Twitch with the auto emoji. It was funny and amazing. But yeah, thank you everyone for joining in. We'll see you next stream. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend until that point. If I don't see you Tuesday, hope you enjoy the rest of your week as well. Good night, everyone. I hope you sleep well. Well, actually, no. Good afternoon, or enjoy the rest of your day and your sleep whenever you eventually get there. Thank you all for joining in. Why you gotta add in that Tai Yang is the Rizzler looks maxer with Infinite Aura? Why? Why? Alright, good night.